Esports! GodLike!
Do you ever get halfway through an edit and realize that you're missing the best shots? Luckily, Envato has everything.
We can't emphasize enough the importance of the next 3 days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very first day. The PMWC Finals at RWC 2026 starts right now!
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
So welcome to the PMWC at EWC 2026.
And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Mew with the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! Whoa. It's the Swan Wipe 1v4 from Milu!
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the E-list and burn yourself down to the ground. What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Nade misses, Darkin peaks. That's on target.
Headshot.
Good shot. Follow up there.
Oh.
HG takes him away as Turney K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it?
Oh!
No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida! S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence GodLike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as GodLike take this chicken dinner with ease!
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces saying, make some noise, Paris. It's GodLike's time to shine.
You see on Rondo, it is madness in the Ox Factory. Nice. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side. He's whipping the shots, unfortunately. But finally, they will hit the last shot. India grabs the back-to-back. From day 1 to day 2, this team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't, because this is a day, right? Day 1 always gives you the most freedom. the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress. Because we saw that come through in survival stage.
Yeah.
Teams were sweating, teams were shaking in their boots. But it's time to get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to E-Arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further, hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at PMWC.
Hello guys, I'm so sorry.
PMWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same here at this rate. With Yang gone, being Yang gone,
it's okay.
It is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playback is in the air for day one of finals. Match one, Rondo. Let's get it started.
Energy in the arena already. It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing path on board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together. A big hodgepodge of talent. They're going to be stepping over each other, blanked.
I mean, they will. They will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly as soon as these players start dropping in. E-Arena here though, and teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Now, if you are remembering our game versus Alpha 7,
hey guys, we are live right
just
now.
The other day, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to
hey
hold
guys,
out,
we are live right now. और
made their lives
PMWC का
extremely
watch
difficult,
party
but it
शुरू
wasn't
हो
just
चुका है.
them.
It's day
Let's see
one
what
of
E-Arena
grand
can
finale
get
of
done, because a lot of teams
PMWC,
are
and
taking
we
those
are
res
watch
beacons, of
partying
course,
it. I'm
on
so
offside
excited.
with this
कौन
play
जीतेगा?
time
Rooting
as
for
the
OG and
points
GodLike
do open
both.
up towards Yulin.
आ जाओ. साथ में रूट करते हैं, साथ में देखते हैं, बहुत मजा आने वाला है.
How much aggression is going to come out instantly. We see that opening knock from the side of 4 fries.
Let's go, शुरू हो गया है. ओ भाई, hello.
Two players on orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds here, Blank.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right, and center. Milu up to 4. QZZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47. That is an incredible result already for Tiamba, and they should be able to get the easy res beacon. They've already cleared out most of the damn teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced out as well as Hora look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for Non-Shin Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Guys, Discord आ जाओ, Trixie.
Just coming through. Milu was just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
Nice.
Start as you mean to proceed. It's to force him out early.
Nice.
Oh, that's a great lineup, bud.
भाई इधर तो थोड़ा टाइम के लिए भी आप blink भी नहीं कर सकते आज तो, bro. आज तो अपन blink भी नहीं कर सकते, guys.
Got to chat with them for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut.
Let's go,
but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of. But for that Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze. The man with it all to give. 1 nade, 1 dream.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of chip damage on the peak. Oh, wow. Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro, though, with the shotty and absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
Good stuff that Solke, at least at distance, is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered, but that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Eren now coming against Win, barest amount of HP, but at distance, it's Milu once again. Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
This is the dream start for Tiamba. And Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate, he was just popping off back in the games we've seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand, we keep this going throughout the whole day. Good luck.
This is the buffer that we were talking about.
OG Foreman again.
And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the Lucky Spin, which you can join in with us in-game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in-game. Make sure to try your chances just like QZZ and this spray down with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Oh, GodLike ने already एक elimination निकाल लिया है. Nice, nice.
Mechanically, they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact that you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo. The extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground. It's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tiamba are doing just that.
GodLike OG.
And for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. Milu making that 1v4 look real easy. I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in. They're just pushing a little bit further there.
Okay.
We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that Smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar results to Fall Cry as well as Vitality in terms of how far they set themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
GodLike OG. GodLike
OG. It will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day competition. How big of a barrier that will be. Really, if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future, though. But now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter.
Would you please stay silent for some minutes, yaar? कैसे silent रहोगे यार? It's your team India. ऊपर से 2 team खेल रहे हो.
In both of their respective groups, easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assumed to be our best 10 teams forward.
Thank you.
Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy, like actually wild. Speed at which he was, the speed at which he was like.
Bhai, pan, chaku akku kar rahe yaar. Ye to brutal ho raha hai, brutal.
I'm thinking about it.
This is brutal.
It feels like it is, especially when you then factor
Team
in
India, Team India. हाँ, मुझे बस I just want an India flag. आज मेरे chat में बस India flag चाहिए और कोई नहीं चाहिए मुझे.
That resulted in a winning free elims to going out as the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on Raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Just full-on butcher blade coming out from Milu, chopping everyone to bits. Crazy.
Love to see it. Circle goes over towards that northern side. It's a bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake. Definitely possible to go for, but you get caught out on the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan, though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get them further into the circle. Tiamba, Vitality all on the back foot here, as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they've realized because they're so far down towards the south, likely better just try and clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
On the west of the east side.
Oh, shades of stadium for E Arena, a position they'd love to play towards in a final circle. But let's see if they can win out versus Orangutan. Straight through the door. And it's easy cleanup on the opening two players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds. Back down to a duo once again.
Forthrive's taking down a tanky there as well. Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this, actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake, like we said before. You get a res off there, team knows happening. They will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, Orangutan's not terrible, because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
No worries, guys. Stay positive. Stay positive.
Frankly, he's got just enough time.
हमारी टीम से करण अर्जुन दोनों गए हैं.
His bets, he goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with, Razy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean, Axel really astonished me. Because there had been so much talk about Razy and Razak, and Federalis has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile, but Axel was just swinging and not missing. So that's what gives me a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Taking a look at GodLike, though. They're over towards that center side. I think GodLike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out as they go along.
Oh my God.
But genuinely, overall, we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best inside of their group, only beat out by Vitality. To be fair play. I mean, fair play.
Vitality really did get in there, mate. You got a little crunch down the zone here as well, pulling further down.
पता चला OG सिर्फ दो बंदा लेके ही जीत गए.
GodLike, as you touched on, Forthrives, Vitality, Nigma Galaxy as well. Representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises in store for us the longer this one goes on.
Don't tension, इतना tension मत लो.
Capability to choke in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a final. And we've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. And it's getting to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals, that's already a big achievement. Reefus, though, opening up over towards Yasser from Alula. Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now, there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are E-Arena, you can kind of swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but Forthrives have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from stadium.
Excited to see what the form of Fury is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays. Feel like a whole new man showed up. We spoke about this big man, though, and he's back on our screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight, potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
Eagle and Aching, desperate to get some elims on board. I mean, man. Every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. A-King, a lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle, very, very good at playing that anchor style. Generally is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right, Furia looking good. Egos, I think, was a big surprise.
पीछे से जो एक वो बज रहा है ना, बहुत सही बज रहा है.
Silence also doing a lot of good work, but yeah, Egos was just really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards our later circles with quite a lot of damn teams still involved. We talked about Jiaotin earlier on. It can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable to play in, and swinging from apartment to apartment is not always easy. And there's a lot of difficult windows and little places to pitch nades in. We can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. I think it's going to be a little bit of a passive game going towards the end, but you do have to get in towards Jiaotin.
See over on the side of the stage, I think the Galaxy fans getting quite excited. But meanwhile, amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them from non-Shin Red Force. The hero of Kimbit starting it out well. And only one man in last, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive as he breezes out of action. There's Aurora as well, clashing against Ida Blank.
I mean, Ida tried to get in on the northeast side, which I think is, at this point, a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jiaotin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate. Fourth rise though, Joker stepping up to the plate here, spraying through the smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
Yeah, this is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to four fries. This would be a hellish way to go down. And that's how they fall in our opening game. The Arena.
Arena down, but back on ball with Tiamba. Milu finding the first, as per usual. Scarface desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. A-King will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Ulf. And Tiamba puts up more points. Milu on a fat 7 so far.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Eren had to tuck his tail and absolutely bolt it. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. And someone needs to stop him, Black.
Milu is just out of control this game. You're right, needs to be leashed. QZZ still taking some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where. But if it's Fury, you're actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Eren not letting up. Just about press over the top of that ridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs at one another. Well, everyone does find Eagle. Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east side.
Fair play, man. He's thinking, you want to try and ruin this for us on game one? We'll at least make it uncomfortable. Force out the utility, see what he can scrap through onto them. Can't really make a move towards that recall, the zone coming in, and that's going to really crunch up away from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here. Like I said before, it does give them that capability to move out over towards that northeast side if needs be, but they also can crunch every single team on that western side. There was one player left remaining from Ida. It is Darkin. He is over on the eastern side of Jiaotin, just hanging out for the time being, but that does kind of save grace for Vitality, because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Replay here from Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
It was quick and on a disgusting angle as well, so good plays. Oh, Federales, no one clears it!
Hello?
He doesn't get the playoff!
Tiamba?
They turn
भाई
around
टियान
backwards to
पगला हो गया है
Federales.
टियान पागल हो गया
What's
है
going on
टियान भी
there?
like हम किसको नहीं दे रहे हैं
This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically
Tiamba-
mostly lived it.
Tiamba
Only
पकड़ा हो
QZZ
गए
goes
हैं,
down.
पकड़ा
I don't know
गए
how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side, and they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. And I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes down. They fall second into our first game. Milu priming the nades. Oh,
Nice, good nade from them.
guys
Hits it
crazy
back.
हो रहा है 40
Excellent
खत्म
raise, that's still
40
up
नहीं
and
हो
kicking. That
रहा
nade looked dangerous. Milu's down,
Guys.
tries to crawl his way back in
Guys, देखो,
towards the
God
smoke to
wipe out
mask his
हुआ है.
presence here.
God
QZZ
wipe out हो गया
still
guys
alive.
oh.
Last of a player up, probably the one you want
God
to see
wipe out
as well
हो गया.
here for Tiamba.
ये
14
wipe out
eliminations
हो गया,
this game
कैसे
so
हो गया?
far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality's gonna let it happen?
oh, mate. He's going to get it in. The res is going to get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the back line that got that initial knock back over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most
Crazy
aggressive
again,
game
guys.
of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
Oh, he's just going for it.
Angle, good night!
No way.
Good night! The shotgun
guys
knocks them
Tian is going
both
to be a
out.
competition bro
This is what I can't believe about QZZ, because he's like, I've
How
run out of
come they're
grenades, you see
playing
so
this
many
way?
players
They're
just step
playing-
back and be
they're
like, that's
playing
it then.
crazy.
But he's like, if I can't do
They're
it with a
crazy
nade,
हो गए भाई,
I'm just
ये लो.
facing. I'm fully facing. Now Aurora, they're pushing on the sidelines. Can Tiamba hold 2 versus 4 here? It's a tough one. The opening grenade is not good,
भाई,
but Reapers
घुस-घुस
is
के
taking a
खेल
ton
रहे
of
भाई
damage.
Tiamba.
Top bullet find, at least find QZZ, and it seems like Milu
इनको भी
will also
score
go
करना
down.
है बस.
But 16 eliminations, a fearsome game, even going out in 11th.
And I'm sure you can hear that. The entirety of the arena here in Paris lighting up. A spectacle to start here on
Yeah,
game
man,
one of
GodLike
Rondo, and it's Tiamba that lead the charge. Now out of the running, let's see if anyone else can try and mirror their success with what remains.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well, because they need to leave at some point in the near future. Jiggle. It's a fair bit of damage. Flash still got bows in the back line here, lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though, because of all the concrete inside. GodLike though dealing with Nongshim Red Force.
What?
Tizzy just lets him run straight into the barrel.
क्या कर रहे हैं
God damn. Shotgun straight to the cranium. Blows him away.
भाई ये लोग
GodLike
इतना
back
स्प्लिट पे क्यों
upon from
खेल रहे
Schweppes
हैं
in the
यार
distance as well. Gets an
ये
angle
इतना
onto it.
स्प्लिट पे कैसे खेल सकते
This
हैं
is looking tiresome for both teams. I mean, Nonshin down to just the duo. GodLike with only one man left remaining. And Alula, they've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roam over. They smell potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Nongshim Red Force has not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades upstairs. There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily, that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down. What are we doing?
Wait, this is nutty out there. Tried to drop off the top of the rafters, spamming the shots. It's all gone.
I feel like Tizzy just panicked.
I think so.
You just get the res in, bro. Drop the smokes, get the reses. They missed the first molly. At least challenge the res. Goodness me, man, you're going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from Alula. I mean, hats off to these guys. They currently control the entirety of the northern side to themselves. Irina looking to put up another good point here. Aurora playing with our hearts right now. Opening up with maybe a gargantuan game. Leading them to believe it is possible once again for Aurora.
Enigma Galaxy coming out swinging as well. Might have been a bit quiet in terms of the overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with some consistency late game. They've got nades as well. Oh, the red zone forming on top of the arena. Thankfully for them, a little bit of deployable cover will make all the difference. Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the elim feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And Blank, it was 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 elims. They might be able to lap them.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Reefus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win. Actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well. So they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue and peruse.
Just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
He's trying to get an extra placing on this one, but I don't think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more. He's mistimed it. Yeah, unfortunate. I think he thought that the angle was bad for him, so pulls off the first aid kit there. Sadly, not able to rank up once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. TurneyK not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down on their luck last year. I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. They have come into EWC looking fairly decent. Like, a lot of work's been going on for this squad. A lot of practice in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy up in top 3. A rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points. And I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been a big King Cooper for this team, bro. Wearing that crown with some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering. One by one, they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up for Enigma Galaxy, and enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia,
it is just the first game, right?
just trapped
Let's not
in the
lose
ditch
hope or
between
judge
our
them.
two teams that are going to scrap for the dinner, and Top finds that one for an extra elim.
Just instantaneous shots coming through. So we're down to Aurora. Reefer swings very wide here, over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. Has a little bit of hard cover here, but it is outside the zone. Going to wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops tries to hit the shots, has to go for the reload here. Going to go for another as he passes on by. Again, I do think for Enigma Galaxy, Coops is a really big deal. Not just on his own, though. It's the fact that Lord has someone to play off. Yeah. Lord is also a very aggressive player, but Ralph and Satan, they like to take it slow, and that's great, and it works out, but you do need someone else to move forward and bank off of one another. So for Enigma Galaxy, I do think this is the perfect setup right now for them. Joel will move forward into the smoke line. 17 eliminations on the game. A teaser, potentially, from Aurora. And we'll hold our breath for it. Ooh, nice. Just unreal.
It's greatly timed from Joel. The shrapnel hitting hard on Enigma.
He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare. Barely, but they bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coops on half HP.
Molly.
Could be good.
Oh, this is annoying. This is very frustrating for Coops. It's really slowing them down. Giving quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted, discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him. One Blessing has got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
Still the 4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord, though, deadly duo. Prime at the 2 nades. Doc is up front. Is this the dockening once again? Takes 2 nades. Just will tank them. but there's two more coming. I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. We'll have to swing back, but one player goes down the back lines. It is top, and now Aurora's down to 2. Enigma Galaxy is making this happen.
They're standing tall right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game 1 as 2 of Aurora's players buckle under the pressure.
It's over.
Ruthless falls. It's all down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord heavy, but he's gone.
Like a
Cut
guy.
short. The Aurora is gone.
That is insane. That
Nice
is
start,
insane,
Enigma
Jackie.
Galaxy. कोई बात नहीं guys,
I've got
it's
to eat
okay.
my words on that one as
It's
well.
okay.
I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, what a good game.
It's okay, it's okay.
Did say though, Aurora do like to choke.
The crazy thing is, it was probably the most fitting head-to-head of 2 teams we could have.
Yeah.
Similar contrasted play styles, the way they split off, confident their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression. But I started to get worried, man. Pointing to the map thing, seeing Dog charging in. Slight timing on the nades.
The docketing, dude. It's the docketing. It's happening
Enigma
again.
5, bro. Just absolutely come alive on that one.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Actually wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Enigma Galaxy also has the high ground, so they set up well on this one. But yeah, good stuff from Enigma Galaxy. Again, Lord and Coops, though. That is a great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their wings into these matches.
कोई ना, next match, next match, हाँ, next match, कोई ना.
Celebration from the fans behind them there. Everyone in the arena popping off with Enigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned for even more.
তুমি একচুয়ালি বস্তুটো কি কৰা জানা না তুমি ৰাতি হোৱাৰ তোমাৰ পোষ্টাৰটো বহুত বেয়া হয় गाइस गॉडलाइक क्या खेल रही थी अरे कोई बात नहीं है इट्स ओके यार गाइस थोड़ा सा टाइम दे दो यार लेट्स नॉट जज पहला मैच है होता है सब everything is not every time it is not rainbows and you know candies and rainbows नहीं हो सकता है sometimes there might be clouds it's okay let's not judge
and how things are going for you guys let's talk a bit about Paris how's the Esports World Cup been for you so far
Paris is amazing bro Eiffel is so good the castles are Notre Dame the Pantheon everything is good at the Paris but arena is
अरे इसके कंधे पे क्या इतना क्यूट
I don't know
स्मार्ट है क्या ये स्मार्ट
it feels so good
कोई भी नहीं देख रहा है इसकी लाइव अरे 56 लोग देख रहे हैं भाई जोयान जी 56 लोग बहुत लोग देख रहे हैं मुझे 56 लोग
what was the plan
just we did boot camp at the Istanbul you know we have gaming house at the Istanbul and before tournament we go to China the PMI Macau invitation tournament and I don't know I feel we're gonna take this.
You feel like we're gonna get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited?
FM motivates me to do more in life.
They see me, my
Let me first do more in life.
See me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place. Maybe we're gonna get the 6th place.
Oh
they
wow!
Don't know. Yeah, but
अभी कल रात को मुझे एक न्यूज़ मिला है कि असम में 8.5 मैग्नीट्यूड का अर्थक्वेक हिट करने का प्रोबेबिलिटी है 8.5 गाइस हाईएस्ट 9 होता है 9 से नीचे आता है 8.5 अगर वो असम को हिट किया ना असम का नाम शायद मैप से हट जाएगा
India to talk about what's happened so far, as well as what may be to come. So, of course, I have Admino and I have Aru here, as we have GodLike and, of course, Orangutan going to be representing from India. So, I guess I'll ask you, Admino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tianba got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there.
Yeah.
And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand finals also. But I'm hoping for Tianba to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we're confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question, since we've got 2 fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Wait.
Maybe
Stream को आप लोग restart करना, ठीक है?
Really consistent.
Stream को एक बार restart करना, मैं off करके on कर रही हूँ.
Would you kind of look at the finals as a whole here? I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nigma Galaxy won, congratulations, Nigma Galaxy. I gotta give this team some.
असम में 8.5 मैग्नीट्यूड का अर्थक्वेक आने का प्रोबेबिलिटी हो रहा है अगस्त के लास्ट या सितंबर के फर्स्ट के अंदर. तो समझ रहे हो ना गाइस? देख लो मुझे, देख लो.
Oops, because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah, so
confirm.
You see that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not
Which team you guys are supporting,
guys?
Guys?
Was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight to E-Arena.
Fake होगा पड़े, but fake कैसे होगा ना वो?
Would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end. And because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
Lace, and we get just pure aggressiveness right off.
मैं हमारा जो अर्थक्वेक का प्रेडिक्शन है वो फेक भी हो सकता है, बट फेक कैसे हो सकता है? एक कॉलेज का कॉटन यूनिवर्सिटी इज वन ऑफ द टॉप कॉलेजेस ऑफ असम, इज द टॉप कॉलेज कॉटन यूनिवर्सिटी. वो पहले कॉलेज था, अभी एक यूनिवर्सिटी हो गया, इतना ही टॉप है. तो वहाँ का एक डिपार्टमेंट का प्रोफेसर ने ऐसे बोला है, देयर इज अ प्रोबेबिलिटी. तो देख लो यार मुझे. एंड मैं ट्रिप पे निकल भी जाऊँ सेनू, मेरा सेटअप का क्या होगा यार? मैं अपना ख्याल नहीं कर रही हूँ, मैं अपने सेटअप का ख्याल कर रही हूँ. मेरे पास इतना पैसा नहीं है यार.
And this is
मेरा savings पूरा savings चला जाएगा अगर वापस से मुझे ये बनाना पड़ेगा तो.
And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Tinglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tinglong Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ फ्लोर पीसी फ्लोर पे चिपका दो. अरे तो फ्लोर 8.5 मैग्नीट्यूड हिट करेगा तो सब डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाएगा, मिट्टी में मिल जाएगा बिल्डिंग. मैं चिपका के भी क्या होगा ना क्या.
Predictions, congratulations.
তুমি হেতু কৈছিলা নে অখুত্ৰ দিবলে?
EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So
you know how you just had some notes and it was just Coops, just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ at 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really, really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage Chamber? Clearly, with its opening performance 7, it is survival stage Chamber in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in Game 1 of Rondo. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know, how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going!
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's dodged so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bad. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action.
एग्जाम में पहले invigilators होते थे ना.
Chill down as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Eagle once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they still squeezed some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, whole way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, Yaz. Opening here for teams to move into. Gakka a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalba on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loop. Most of the time you're not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set up. in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that game, but there is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight on the central compound when we're playing Edge, I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like the look of that position. Let's take it off them. I'll be having that. Fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This has been a consistent trend, at least throughout Survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stauber with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed as well. So it is going to be a long rotate for Vitality. You are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. 4 Thrives, though, loving life. You know, they get down towards Ferry Pier. The yellow's on the eastern side. There's no one around here. It's chilled out. It's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into Zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan smile this tournament, by the way. Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. 2 very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Enigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going, though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That will be a nice, I suppose, sort of litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida. These guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came in from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time, most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those 2 squads or those 2 buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo. But I don't think Ida had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments, some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like, they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
And obviously we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one. 2 other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now. Would be both 4 Thrives and GodLike. 2 teams that have got so much firepower. Even just individuals as well. Falak gets some of that old 4 back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning. They're ready to go. He's got a little shy smile on him as well. Quite like it.
It's cheeky.
He is cheeky. It is cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need
gunfight इसको अपनी जिंदगी से पहले सेटअप की पड़ी है अरे जिंदा रहोगे तो सेटअप और बन जाएगा पैसा कहाँ से आता है भाई नहीं होता है जिंदा रहोगे तो सेटअप और बन जाएगा ऐसा होता तो हर एक के घर में सेटअप होता मेरे हिसाब से सेटअप पहले जिंदगी बाद में मैं तो सेटअप को छोड़ के कहीं नहीं जा रही हूँ स्पेशली CPU बाकी सब चले जाए कोई ना ठीक है मैं ले लूँगी CPU नहीं जाना चाहिए कहाँ से लाऊंगी 3 लाख वापस से मैं
versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they can probably
Let's
get
go,
back into
guys.
the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got far into that late game. Not a lot of eliminations, that's fine. GodLike similarly, still that aggression in play. I like to see it, but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go.
Yeah, exactly.
You come out from your group in those top
Love
team
from
spots, you
Pakistan,
get a few
Mafia,
days off,
PUBG,
but
thank
that does
you.
cool you down a little
Don't
bit.
forget to
The
like
thing
and
that's
subscribe,
changed
guys.
is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because Force Rights has made the play. That's IQ with an opening takedown.
Oh, 45 ले रहे भाई अभी.
As well. You come back into this area,
और NGX
sure,
full
the
next to neck
noise-cancelling
चल रहे
headphones,
हैं.
they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and be like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting. Try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone slingshot across. And it's like, well,
अरे अपन
we
अपना
know this
जादू
one
नहीं
is
चला
also
रहे ना,
though, but
वही
you
तो
also
बात
just
है.
lost a player.
जादू नहीं चल रहा है.
It's so early into the game.
Prediction
Just
of
wait for
teams.
Zone 2.
भाई ड्रैगन का
I'm curious to see
आशीर्वाद
what
लेके आया टियान बार.
Analyst has to say about that, because for me that's just not PWC, PMWC potential. Right? That's
ये
not
match
what that is.
NGX जीतेगा चलो.
Yeah, the trade of it. One player's life, one of your squad mates for an information
और
play.
जीतेगा कि तुम और बोलो. चलो मैं NGX बोल रही हूँ. यही
It's
जीतेंगे
not the
guys.
best trade on it.
गाली देने से पहले ना चैट से पूछ लेना कि हम लोग क्यों सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. अभी नहीं बोल सकते.
Yes.
I mean, even this circle right now, where it's down towards the eastern side, Fourth Rives knows that.
कोई भी ऑरा का भी एक गया. NGX का एक ओके करेगा NGX. Let's go
Like if this circle's
NGX.
further over towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing. But I think this one, if you're Aurora,
Trixie Aurora
it
को
should be a case
support
of
कर
always check
रही
the
क्या?
position.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
जिसको भी हम लोग सपोर्ट करें बट अपना दिल से जो टीम है वो सबको पता होना चाहिए. दिल से
वही
God
तो
like
भाई. अरे चुप रहो. ओए Trixie मत करो.
बस अब बता दिया सबको, अब किसी को नहीं बताऊंगी. सपोर्ट है औरा के साथ इस मैच में. Let's go औरा.
Flash also having one player knocked here.
इससे अच्छा ये होस्ट तो बात बता रहे हैं. इससे अच्छा होस्ट तो Trixie बना दो. इवेंट ही हिट हो जाएगा
On a
वही ना.
circle like that, it's very, very awkward on these types of circles.
देखना क्या हमारे यहाँ भी देखना.
Around bridge, across both sides.
क्या
which
ब्रिज
is
फाइट जा रही है देख रहे हो
super
यार.
fun to
ब्रिज
play.
मतलब सारा क्लैश ब्रिज
This
पे ही
really
होगा.
could go back over towards Sosnovka way. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest, but for Aurora, they're stuck now. As are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. It cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
अपना वाइटलिटी किधर है आज? वाइटलिटी कितने नंबर पे चल रहे हैं?
did thunderfoot their way down from starboard quite quickly, so you can see they're amongst the rest of the pack. Everyone else attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing the play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only two squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora. We've got E-Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker. Tianba, though, taking the scrap towards OG. With God being hit very heavy. Trying to stay behind the trees, bro. Luckily still alive.
Yeah, great zigzag. Able to stay out of dodge there for a second. I think he's very close to going down. AKOP actually challenging this. But man, A-King has been making a name for the DBS, right? You know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12K became the more popularized weapon. Despite that, though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades with it.
He's bringing it back in
अरे
fashion.
वाइटलिटी स्क्रीन पे है और कहाँ है पूछ रही.
Seems like the horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Haru. Oh, going back in.
भाई भाई मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा ओजी लोग इतना इम्पल्सिव फाइट क्यों ले रहे हैं. मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा है भाई. बात पे ये लोग क्यों घुस रहे हैं फाइट लेने के लिए.
नॉक करे.
अरे अभी खुद भी तो नॉक हो गया ना.
twists the knife. Another one falls. An orangutan.
क्यों
It all
ऐसा
goes
कर रहे
down
हैं
to just Aru. Trapped behind the
हाँ,
back
बहुत
jet
बढ़िया
and
भाई,
laid out by
बहुत बढ़िया, ऐसा करो, बहुत बढ़िया। किस बात के लिए फाइट ले रहे हैं ये लोग, मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा।
Stepped up to the plate, but not worthy to sit around here with the arena, unfortunately.
इन लोग जो अपना पहला स्ट्रेटजी से खेलेंगे ना तो काफी अच्छा खेलेंगे, जैसे ये लोग मतलब होल्ड करके
ये लोग अभी टियानवा के स्ट्रेटजी से जाने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा फील हो रहा है।
जैसे इन लोग फाइनल पहुंचे थे वो स्ट्रेटजी इन लोग का काफी अच्छा था, होल्ड करके लास्ट में फाइट लेने का वो अच्छा था।
कब तक रियलाइजेशन होगा उनको, कब तक रियलाइजेशन होगा? अभी ये लोग टियानवा जैसे टीम्स का वो मोमेंटम पकड़ने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज टियानवा लोग किल्स के लिए ऐसा पागल सांड के जैसा घूमते रहते हैं। ऐसा नहीं होता है ना, अपना तुम जिसमें पूरा बेस्ट हो, जिस स्ट्रेटजी में तुम बेस्ट हो, तुमको वो करना चाहिए, ना कि किसी की कॉपी करनी चाहिए कुछ भी। भाई ये ऐसा देखने से मुझे बहुत गुस्सा आ जाता है। इस हिसाब से तो गॉडलाइक अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई, अपना गेम खेल रहे हैं, जो भी खेल रहे हैं, मतलब जोक्स अपार्ट अपना खेल रहे हैं। ये इनका स्ट्रेटजी पहले से नहीं था क्या? ओजी का
ओजी अभी फाइट ले रही है, इंटेंस फाइट ले रही है। ओजी का स्ट्रेटजी पहले से क्या वो लोग होल्ड कर रहे हैं और लास्ट में सारा सिचुएशन देख के फाइट निकाल रहे हैं, किल्स निकाल रहे हैं, ठीक है। बट पहले उन लोगों का स्ट्रेटजी होल्ड करना और जोन
तो अभी कौन सा कीड़ा काट रहा है इनको?
आई डोंट नो इनके स्ट्रेटजी को क्या हुआ अभी।
On his last leg, suffering a casualty there for the Tianva squad. It's a decent start.
ज़्यादा करने जा रहे हैं हवेलिया।
भाई टियान और अभी गॉडल का फाइट हुआ है, नीलू को नॉक मिला है और अपना भी एक नॉक हुआ है गॉडल से।
QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Manya very
क्या
low,
बोला
but
मैंने? I told you गॉडलाइक जीतेगा, देखते हैं यार।
Right, first nade goes long here. Nice power holding down the fortress, keeping that drawbridge pulled up. Takes a fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. Actually, he goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move around.
Chat delete मत करना सीनू, chat delete मत करना। लिखने दो इनको गाली खाने लायक काम करने दो इनको, कोई बात नहीं। गाली खाने लायक है ना, बाकी के चैट में बंदे हैं ना, धो देंगे इनको, धोने दो।
Faint smoke wall goes up. Ooh, only gets worse for Aurora as well. And that's quick from Alula finding them. This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined over that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them.
मैं टियान में थी ना, मैं कौन सी में थी? NGX में थी, NGX में थी, sorry।
Turns into a third party.
मैंने तो अपना काम कर दिया भाई, मेरा
मैं एक साथ काम कर रही हूँ, देखो ना उनका HP देखो, एक साथ नहीं होगा।
मेरा 80% काम हो चुका है।
It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It
भाई
feels
ओजी ने
like
भाई
the
मन ही खराब कर दिया भाई, हट पे।
from Sosnovka at this point.
ओजी ने मन खराब कर दिया मेरा।
They have very limited space to work with.
भाई ये नाक कौन सी? कौन है ये बंदा?
At distance, we'll find a shot over towards the
चलो
wall, leaving them
गाइस हो गया, मेरा टीम हो गया। I supported, मैंने अपने दिल से सपोर्ट किया और को गाइस हो गया।
अभी किसको सपोर्ट करना चाहेंगे आप? 40 को सपोर्ट करना चाहेंगे?
लेट्स गो। मैं टियान के साथ हूँ अभी।
टियान ओके, चलो मैं NGX पे ही हूँ। भाई अभी पता है गॉडलाइक का POV दिखाया, सुनो ना तुम लोगों को POV नहीं दिखाना क्योंकि मेरे फेस कैम है उधर। वहाँ में कौन था? एस पावर था और साइड में वो था क्या एडमिनो था। एडमिनो ऐसा नाक में उंगली डाल के ऐसा कुछ निकाला और देखा ये क्या है, फिर पैंट में पोंछ दिया।
Still in as well. I cannot believe this.
Oh my God.
also took another casualty from S2G on a backside, so they've called it quits and actually rushed over the bridge now into the mainland.
कोई ना बस कंफर्टेबल होके खेलने चाहिए। वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं करने के बाद कंफर्टेबल हो गया होगा।
बंदा भूल गया कैमरा है।
I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now.
Let's go NGX.
Wild play from Nick the Galaxy. Coop's taking
Let's go. NGX. अरे तुमने यार तुम जिसको कर रहे हो उसको करो ना। मैं इसको देखती हूँ ना।
तुम बस ऐसे शाउट आउट दे रही हो NGX।
नहीं एक साथ अपन नहीं कर सकते। एक साथ नहीं कर सकते। तुम अपना वाला करो। Let's go NGX. फिर मैं भी आती हूँ। हमारे पीछे ये FL भी जीत सकता है। मस्त है FL। क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई FL?
Give it some welly.
Let's go, भाई. ये Tian भी है. अच्छा, Tian के साथ तो आप हो.
Tony K low on HP on the top floor, upside in the attic.
I'm with Tian.
Looking for an angle here, but Falak with the distance shot.
अभी ऐसा नहीं फील हो रहा है कि बहुत early fights हो रहे हैं. कितना early fights हो रहे हैं भाई?
सब अभी points के लिए खेल रहे हैं. क्योंकि ऊपर की जो टीम है ना, उन्होंने points के लिए थोड़ा ये दे दिया, pressure दे दिया, ज़्यादा kills निकाल के.
Involved with the fight, that's Manya. Just outside the window.
भाई पीछे जा, साले. Third party, भाई पीछे जाओ यार.
मनिया आराम से मनिया.
Good Molotov here, but really good timing from GodLike as they move into this one, just leaving Aching alive here for Tiamba. Irina on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for GodLike, and they understand if they can get rid of two teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino.
Guys, clear करो Tianma को. Last one बचा है.
Count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from Mormon.
दीदी तो.
Tiamba goes down.
अरे दीदी कैसे कर रहे हो? भाई और अभी. Guys,
मेरा Tian clear.
मेरा engine से clear नहीं हो रहा भाई. एक सेकंड क्या हो रहा है ये सब? Okay.
Sume will save it, but at what cost? The only player left alive for the squad.
I mean, GodLike need more men now. They're only down to one.
It's fine. कोई बात नहीं. अपन अपना काम करते रहते चलो.
The velocity straight in there.
अपन अपना काम करते हैं.
Now Vital graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
भाई ये लोग अभी इसको टारगेट कर रहे हैं ना.
Vitality a victim from the top floor.
कितना नहीं करेगा भाई, बस करना.
भाई कोई वाइटलिटी का थर्ड पार्टी कर दो आके यार, मजा आ जाएगा.
अरे हो रहा है यार. आज ट्रिक्सी गाइस. आज के दिन के
is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sume still just guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak going to die behind the corner. He wants to punish him with a shot here. He don't find it. Really good job from Razak moment as well.
नहीं GodLike गया.
Coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the.
It's okay guys. और 2 दिन बचे हैं ना. बहुत टाइम है. आज का पूरा दिन भी बचा है और 2 दिन भी बचे हैं. बस OG को पहले OG को realization हो जाना चाहिए.
The next couple of compounds, they got Aura in front of them and Fourth Rise after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida as well as Ulf now going at it.
Ula, okay. I'm with Ula.
They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, it should be.
Oh, you run straight into that one. Catching the as Ida try and clap back. It's good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pickup play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG and denied out by Nonshin Red Force.
चलो ट्रिक्सी.
Nonshin could push
NGX को सपोर्ट करो तुम. मैं जा रही हूँ कहीं और.
Ulf is not looking
मैं UF को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ.
ठीक है चलो. मैंने NGX ले लिया भाई. मैंने NGX को गोद ले लिया है अभी.
Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up just
लेटेस्ट प्रेडिक्शन कर दो. ट्रिक्सी करेगी.
That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as Fourth Rise is going to be hard, and eventually you get third pie by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north. You send it. Now Ulf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between 2 strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions. And shades of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the 1 elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Ulf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razy, Razak move up. Quick shots over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage, though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch around the side. Denying some of the sight lines. As Ulf does go down. Vitality, though, they've been hugging the wall so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak, though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, I did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
I mean, Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with. Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. He's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before.
Vitality.
Getting a little too aggressive.
Nice, yeah. That's the
team. So easy goes down the back lines as Flash starts to move on through.
Tizzy tries his might. Rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force.
कोई NGX को मारो, वो तो अभी ट्रिक्स नहीं कर सकती है यार, मुझसे तो ना हो रहा.
They are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
बस 2-3 मिनट का टाइम दो, NGX अभी फिनिश हो रही है.
अबे भैया, दीदी.
On the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had 2 hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure.
S2G की टीम को देखो ना, 2 hovercraft लेके घूम रही है भाई.
And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, they're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
Got to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Luna have been able to guard this for so long, making it uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
जा नहीं रही है वो अभी.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards 4th Rise. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Balak, down. Aura, no fear. Drops them all up top side. Looks very decent on that one. Airburst are slightly too far. This is some comedy. Not gonna lie to you.
थोड़ा मारो 40 को नहीं हो रहा क्या?
From here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes. It's damage done onto Sol K, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
What was that?
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong, though, because, I mean, it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime as Flash continues to push the advantage. But it is majority of 4th Rise doing that damage. Enigma Galaxy, after their strange approach from the early game, now going out slowly but surely. Just Ralph as well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in. Stage 7.
क्या बोला था? 2-3 मिनट रुक जाओ, क्या बोला था?
Weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on and say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from 4th Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone.
NGX का last man
A little
बचा
bit
हुआ
more
है.
split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch.
8 knock है.
right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G, after moving in and cleaning out Alula, they head center zone, and they find the final blow there. Goodbye, Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
मेरा खत्म engineers भाई.
Call this way the kamikaze from now on. Where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own. This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely.
मैं 40 को कर रही हूँ.
Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles, might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot, he planted the flag, the S2G flag, T24 goes down, Tickle around the side.
Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as 4 Thrives arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawl, the shotgun does damage, Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear, charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out 4 Thrives, and that's how he does it. No fear from Horror stands up.
Absolutely not frightened in the slightest as he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and 4 Thrives will fall. Win up against the world right now. TPS outdistance. He's fighting all of them. S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear. There's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's Flash. Losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get the Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Carrying the bullets. This is it.
आज मेरा काम नहीं कर रहा है guys. आज मैं जिसको support कर रही हूँ ना वो जीत रहा है.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage.
Let's support.
We're not that just there yet.
Kamikaze
keeps spraying the right location.
अगर होरा कर सकता है, होरा के पास एंगल है, बहुत अच्छा एंगल है.
Picking up mud, Solkay in the back lines. What's left out here?
के साथ हूँ अभी.
Quite an unfamiliar target. Solkay will take down tops. But Kamikaze is out and we're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1. The outside contender in no fear. Solkay looking at both angles.
Guys.
The battle of the solos to decide our second game chicken dinner.
एक नॉक है S2G का.
No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solkay can be stationed. Tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
कुछ भी हो सकता है यार.
I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is. Hamzy G finally goes down. I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft. He has the information.
सब 1v1 है.
Watching both of them.
सब
This would be
1v1.
unbelievable double clutch up versus 4 Thrives into the last 2 teams. Zeus is just pushing forward. Instant spot though. Over towards No Fear. And now Zeus with what to do here. Flash who had swept everyone aside. The last to fall potentially here versus Team Flash.
The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second place, but can he take it to first, or will Solkay get it done for S2G? Giving him limited play space.
Let's see.
That tree, the
S2G
only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance.
Start charging in,
bullets on target. So we are so low.
भाई देखो तुम्हारे में सेम अगर सपोर्ट करते ना वो जीत जाते हैं पता है देखे देखे ना
S2G
देख लिया ना बोला था ना मैंने
towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Solkay steps up, a lad that's been in the eSport for the longest of time. He's still got it.
लेकिन मेरे को पता हो रहा कि फाइट बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी लगी जो 40 के साथ उन्होंने फाइट किया ना बहुत अच्छा फाइट किया.
Celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up.
मान गए ना Diddy prediction.
It's all in the name. It's all gonna be okay.
Downgradation होता है उसको downgradation बोलते हैं भैया.
They had a lot of confidence
confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
Yeah.
I think Horror, honestly, for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus Forthrise, but you've got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there. That is an incredible finish of those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had in isolation in groups, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch, a lot more early contact. And it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. It feels like we're all on an equal footing here. And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from game 1, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy, to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game, in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info. But we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just secured the win at the end.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a rondo, not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have a team hot dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know, they're camping. So we'll see in next games what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back, we were a little surprised that they were going to come your way. As we've talked about multiple times, it's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight. So I'm really confused right now.
They came to fight, they don't want to fight.
You heard it out
confused
there.
right now.
He's got his eyes on you.
Confusion दूर करो भाई इसका.
4 coffees and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it.
सब लोग टीवी पे आ रहे गाइस. फेसिंग गेमिंग पीसी. अरे यार पास तो वो भी बहुत थी. क्या पास तो वो भी बहुत थी मतलब क्या बक रही है?
इनको बुलाओ ना. ये क्या कर रहे हैं चैट बॉक्स में?
ये तो दूसरों का देख रहा है ना. मेरा थोड़ी देख रहा है. मेरा लाइव स्ट्रीम थोड़ी देख रहा है ये. अरे अरे विली क्या कर रहे हो विली? ये विली कुछ तो कर रहा है.
Just my reaction score is pretty damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Jukes?
मेरे पेट में ना खाना नहीं गया है, तो इसीलिए मैं ना थोड़ा सा पगला गई हूँ. इसलिए मैं एक पास्ता ऑर्डर दे दिया है क्योंकि मुझे कुछ नॉनवेज नहीं खाना है, तो मैंने वेज पास्ता ऑर्डर दे दिया है. तो इसीलिए क्या इमर्सिव इंटरैक्टिव मांगा लाइब्रेरी रैप एक्स वन पीस. ओके खुशी आज नचदा में फिर. विली नशे में है. ये भी F1 रिफ्लेक्स के लिए यूज हो रहा. क्या बक रहे हो? क्या बक रहे हो बे?
कल मैंने ये स्पोर्ट्स वाला कपड़ा निकाल लिया यार, कितना मजा आ रहा था
एटो
मेरे
কি
को।
বুলি কয় মই এটা খানা অৰ্ডাৰ দিছো 5টা তুমি লৈ ল'বা মই পইচা দি থোৱা আছে হা তোমাৰ তাত ফোন আহিব क्या बोल रहे हो हाँ ये स्पोर्ट्स वाला कपड़ा मैंने देखा है तुम्हारा कुछ दिन ना ये गाना लगा दूंगी तो कॉपीराइट आ जाएगा गाइस इसलिए थोड़ा सा मैंने म्यूट कर रखा है लाइक करो यार आप लोग लाइक करो क्या लगता है मुझे ओजी के लिए बहुत टेंशन हो रहा है यार अभी तो ओजी के लिए नेक्स्ट
अपना पहले वाला स्ट्रेटेजी से खेलना पड़ेगा यार ऐसा नहीं होगा फिर
तब तक आप लोग चैट वालों जितना आप लोगों के पास ज्वेल्स है आप लोग सारे मुझे सेंड कर दो इट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल वैसे भी भूकंप आने ही वाला है अभी गुवाहाटी में 8.5 मैग्नीट्यूड का मैं जिंदा रहूं या ना रहूं मेरे ये लाइव स्ट्रीम्स वापस से देखते रहना रिप्ले कर करके ठीक है
Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now.
ये
The
कब
PUBG
हुआ?
Mobile is doing
कल
with
एक
Naruto
प्रेडिक्शन आया है
and
कि
so much more.
असम हिट करेगा विद 8.5 मैग्नीट्यूड का अर्थक्वेक हाईएस्ट होता है 9 ठीक है
रीजन किस रीजन से
बिकॉज जो टेक्टोनिक प्लेट्स होते हैं ना जो टेक्टोनिक प्लेट्स है वो प्लेट्स एक दूसरे को कंटिन्यूअसली पुश कर रहे हैं एंड आसाम पड़ता है जोन 5 में जो कि हाईएस्ट जोन है एंड मुंबई वगैरह पड़ता है लाइक जोन 3 या 2 में समझ रहे हो तो मतलब यहाँ में इट इज़ वेरी डेंजरस प्लेस फॉर अर्थक्वेक और अभी जितना माइनिंग्स वगैरह भी हो रहा है उससे टेक्टोनिक प्लेट्स भी बहुत ज़्यादा डिस्टर्ब हो चुके हैं जिसके वजह और बहुत टाइम से ये एनर्जी रिलीज नहीं हुआ है जब एनर्जी प्लेट्स का एनर्जी रिलीज होता है उसी को ही तो अर्थक्वेक बोलते हैं ना तो वो काफी टाइम से नहीं हुआ था लास्ट टाइम 8.5 मैग्नीट्यूड का अर्थक्वेक
1950 बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है वो तो हाईएस्ट
1950 में हुआ था
9 होता है ना हाईएस्ट
9 है असम में लास्ट टाइम 1950 में हुआ था 8.5 का धूल में मिल गया था असम
अरे ऐसा मत बोलो कुछ नहीं होगा
अरे मैं टपक जाऊंगी
Splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating. It feels like so. The last two games
सच में तो आप सेटअप दे दो अरे ये सेटअप के लायक भी तो होना चाहिए ना अभिजीत मैं जिसको भी दूंगी देना तो दे दूंगी लेकिन लायक भी तो होना चाहिए ना इस सेटअप का
Fight there with Hora just coexisting for too long and no fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did and he continued to come in clutch.
मेरे को तो ये होरा की फाइट देख के मजा आ गया यार क्या मारा भाई
Part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When no fear comes up and clutches it up. I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of the lungs and to be able to clutch it up
ध्यान कैसे रखूंगी हम लोग सेकंड फ्लोर में रहते हैं अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ भी ना
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than non-Chile. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations as you can see non-Chile Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard. And now I do want to kind of segue into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone. And Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from off. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're all right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nanchim is putting up those eliminations, but something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy net.
It was a little bit, it was a bit touching.
Sorry.
go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3 and they just went, let's look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, yeah. Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode and they have it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible. But having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman. But we're looking at the overall ranking here. Enigma Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, you know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, you know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. You know, like we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right?
Hey, just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw absolute Hyunbin
अभी अपने को पता है और NGX को ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा यार, क्योंकि वो लोग 1 और नंबर 2 पे चल रहे हैं. अपना फुल सपोर्ट NGX और Aura के साथ है.
It is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passengers that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did. And also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now, where they're at least losing at least 1 or 2 of their players. GodLike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter. And that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG, it is they need their 3rd game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their 3rd match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. This is the group of death. And this does feel like the finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here. None other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman in Calaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down so far here in these 2 games. And we did have an interview just with Ralph, who's also a little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Enigma Galaxy has been dropping opportunity before I was even born. And yet, a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as you said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting, and they're confused, and they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90, no P90. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused.
जो है ना अभी NGX और क्या बोलते हैं Aurora के साथ full support है, ठीक है?
But just masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make that work.
तो अपने को ज़्यादा उसको ही support करना पड़ेगा.
It's just a domain expansion double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Calaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the Chura during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm going to have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4 Thrives got an angle onto him, so he goes down. kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, well, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go. We'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer. We'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our third game of the day is about to get underway.
It's
going to be a lot to talk about going so far. I mean, even from watching the desk, to watching the stage hits, to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match, and even just the 2 games we've had so far, there's been a lot going on.
जितने भी ज्वेल्स हैं सारे दे दो यार, जितने भी ज्वेल्स जिनके पास है मुझे दे दो यार, हेल्प कर दो मुझे.
But so many good teams. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with us. We go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point.
Game दिखा यार, क्या कर रहे हो?
वही ना, थोपड़ा दिखा रहे हैं.
Shooting range to start off down to
ये लोग all पे BKC गिरी करते हैं क्या ये लोग?
Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like I said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on it. He was saying that, hey, there's a team's very experienced around this area of the map. Should not be going down so early like this. Should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. Wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early. A little bit further down towards the
overall ranking में से करो ना दीदी, match ranking में से नहीं, overall NGX और Aurora.
Yeah, you don't be able to bounce back.
Tian, आप ले लो ना अपना. Tianba.
NGX को ले लो ना वापस से.
नहीं Tianba. मैं Tianba लूँगी.
There was a little bit more fluctuation in the standings.
Okay.
Obviously for Tianba.
चलो guys, let's see.
16 eliminations.
Aurora and Hora जा रहे हैं 70 पे. And Tianba और EA जा रहे हैं जो आसपास ही है नदी पार बस. मान्या वगैरह, अरे ये लोग इधर लंबा स्प्लिट क्यों ले रहे हैं? अलग ही लेवल के स्प्लिट ले रहे हैं ये लोग तो. एक ब्रिज के पास है वो रोजोक के ब्रिज के पास. मान्या. भाई थोड़ा सा जूम करके दिखाओ ना.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd play. We had a couple towards the end of the survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for. That were teams could actually play out their games. Enigma Galaxy versus Ida. No idea why this is actually very strange.
Ida का तो गया.
I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the
NGX भी गया, 2 गया NGX, एक NGX गया, एक HP है बस.
अरे भैया NGX. Okay, NGX मार रहे.
Actually, we're going to do quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad.
Positioning के लिए कोई खेल ही नहीं रहा है, मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है.
Second on the side, Lord hits some shots with Abacan. Back and forth here, Swain last left to face. And Ralph will get it done with the M24 now. He's screaming! He's up, he's standing up. Give them large for that. It is absolutely insane that they continue to come here.
Ida finish.
Enigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years. Years upon years upon years.
Last time survival से पहले वाले जो मैचेस हम लोगों ने देखे थे, उस टाइम पे कितना चैलेंजिंग थे यार ये लोग. अभी क्या हो गया इनको? Who hurt you, bro?
It's never worth it to fight Enigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, 4th Rise feels like we can get some easy
पाकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है ना?
अरे ये देखो ना 40 पीछे से आ रहा है NGX से फाइट लेने के लिए. वो देखो ना.
Mate didn't see him on the angle.
वो लोग ट्राई कर रहे हैं.
4-5 spotting Lord.
ये लोग जा रहे हैं भाई 40 के पास.
As much as there was a pop off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, 4-5s know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest,
आज day 1 है, कल से थोड़ा gameplay change होगा.
4th Rise boys, they see a big hubbub go over to
by the way,
Galaxy.
Happy Independence Day to Pakistan, by the way.
They just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over. Oh, cheeky work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249. Looking for some good damage,
but NGX और 40 का fight शुरू हो चुका है.
The shouts from the crowd start to ring out.
आज मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कोई पोजीशनिंग के लिए खेल ही नहीं रहा है, सब पॉइंट्स के लिए खेल रहे हैं भाई.
allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day.
I can't believe second class में OG है यार. I can't believe.
I don't know what Ida's doing, man.
आएगा ऊपर आएगा.
Akin to throwing away all
मन छोटा नहीं करते. आएगा ऊपर आएगा.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as you.
Thank you, sister, and same to you in advance. Thank you, thank you.
If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for 4 thrives, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
40 up top.
उसको देख रहे हो 40 का बंदा को पूरा लेने का ट्राई कर रहा है इंजेक्स का बंदा.
Smells him out.
अगर आया भाई पूरा खाएगा उसको.
Senses his Reatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly slow on the timing there. And T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of 4 thrives will come into hold. Finds the first. Takes more damage though. Ralph is nowhere nearby to help. Drops him down to 1. And it's an easy revive here on T24 inside the building. Church held.
Then get the revive back on T24. Man. Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
ट्रिक्सी बाकी टीम्स की तरफ ध्यान दो. देंगे यार. अभी बोला तो अभी ऑरोरा है ना मेरा. उसको जाने दो तो पहले.
It costs you a game. And not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing. It just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go. This is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early, and like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event, live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot, but Ida don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Nick McGuinness he's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it, and now it's happened in finals. And it's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Nick McGuinness has just got to challenge another team for their drop spot. It's not guaranteed theirs for sure, but they've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, as Top will find him on the move. 4 thrives did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time we're seeing him over towards Gatka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake, Yasnaya on the south side, on school, as well as Saverni, shooting range area. Tiamba, tight-knit in with the arena, Aurora, GodLike. Salme currently holding down the gas station, pops up tire. He can't come through here for repairs. He's got no bullets though.
Yeah, only 18 left. One of the clips.
Nice.
He can turn some bodies cold on this push-up. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spreading through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players. Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out. Migrate for a lot of squads. Hard shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind. Up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging that goes up towards Stalba. Big old mountainside. There is also... Never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You got the field down towards Yasnayatsu, so there's not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Mormon from E Arena once again, being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So a single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going. Ooh, that's Vitality as well, with Razy hitting a very big blow back onto GodLike. A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked. Off coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right into the nade. WizGod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf, Aaron comes in.
Nice, WizGod.
But yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Ulf's deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing back further up in Yazway. Alula instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Severny. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
Tiamba tackling against the Vitality Killer Bees once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Maybe keeping it a little bit quiet, though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game. In the first, I think they got 23 on that one. So last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura. So those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasser pulled away. I like this move from 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
4 Thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that could be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist.
हो गया guys, हो गया I'm sorry. अरे मेरा थोड़ा सा वो हो गया था, EWC से मेल आ गया था. Sorry.
Falak taking a little bit of damage here, down to half.
Sorry. Actually वो नीचे का ना ये नहीं दिख रहा था, sponsors नहीं दिख रहे थे, ये वो सारे नहीं दिख रहे थे. तो उन्होंने बोला ठीक करो, नहीं तो strike दे देंगे. मेरा फट गया थोड़ा. Now we good. Patrick किसको सपोर्ट कर रही है?
Tough circle though, man. Very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G playing on towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself.
इनको मत देखो. अपन अपना काम करते हैं.
Oh, sorry, the cliff face, you got NGX, let's go NGX. But S2G currently playing on that.
Let's go Tianba.
Rocky outcrop on the northern side, holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that.
Let's go. कोई नहीं, एडमिनो ने जोन एज लिया है. एडमिनो ने जोन एज लिया है क्या?
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these two teams in 4 Thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much.
ये सब देख के ट्रिक्सी तुमको वो सब खेलने का मन करता है क्या?
Nongshim Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy
मन
weaponry
करता है ना,
ready to
लेकिन
rock
कैसे
up
खेल
if
सकते
they
हैं
stay
बताओ?
close by.
आपको तो पता ही है मेरा OG गेम प्ले.
हम खेल सकते हैं, पता है, लड़कियों का टीम करके खेल सकते हैं, पता है?
हाँ, ट्राई करने में बिल्कुल खेल सकते हैं, क्यों नहीं खेल सकते? लोग खेलते तो है, लड़कियों का होता है ना टूर्नामेंट.
खेलोगी क्या? बताओ. और वैसा होगा तो मैं फोन में मुझे स्विच करना पड़ेगा, तो मैं कर लूंगी, कोई बात नहीं.
Tried to go for the
हाँ, खेल लूंगी.
movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, all hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there, in fact. But it's like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area. A little bit of fun. There's quite a few radio towers in the square, concrete sits in beneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
खेलना है क्या ट्रिक्सी? लड़कियों का खेल सकती हो यार.
That's the last man for Enigma Galaxy.
हाँ, खेलेंगे, बिल्कुल खेलेंगे, क्यों नहीं खेलेंगे?
Stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives. They fall next.
Yeah, good
यार
fight.
S2G का बंदा
Very
कूद
good
के चला
fight
गया
from
यार.
4 Thrives.
गाड़ी से कूद गया क्या?
S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie. Ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora, though.
OG आ गए भाई, अपने पहले वाले स्ट्रेटजी में आते दिख रहे यार.
Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Enigma and S2G going down early, not really activating too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery for Aurora if they can keep it up. Unfortunately for GodLike, Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates back up and live on to fight on this one. 4 of our squads out of the running into the third game
40 वालों ने मार दिया एडमिनो. ओके, कोई बात नहीं, it's okay. 40 वाले मारेंगे, चलो, let's go 40.
There's quite a few teams there. Longshim's just gonna
40 जीतेगा.
barge over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that.
Okay, nice.
Nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance for them in tops.
Back and forth blows, but Orangutan still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for Nongshim, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much Overwatch.
It's okay, guys. Anti, guys.
Bad spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of his team.
But sound barabar aa raha hai na stream pe.
It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
पता है OG
इसका लास्ट बंदा को मार देगा तो अच्छा रहेगा वो स्नाइपर टावर में और पीछे देखो ना एफएल आ गई है थर्ड पार्टी के लिए.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है OG इसको आराम से पुल ऑफ कर सकते हैं लेकिन उनका ना आराम से वो रियलाइजेशन नहीं हो रहा है बस हो जाने दो वो बस.
Taking shots over as well, so it's all a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in on that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
NS का बंदा जोन के बाहर है इसको तो जाना पड़ेगा ना.
I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora
गया NS
in
गया.
a really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them. falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 frags going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate the damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good
40 की फाइट हुई भाई 40 का थर्ड पार्टी भी हो गया भाई
kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4 frags in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on popping in. 4 thrives are out. Yeah, I mean, some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits, drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
अभी ऑर्डर का टाइम है भाई ऑर्डर जाएगी अभी जाएगी ऑर्डर
I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. He's got that mentality where it's like, well, sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Science. The rest of Fury need to react, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peak with good eyeline onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side, going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
I know ये starting का जो है ये सारा मतलब kill fight वगैरह का ही है. Kill fight का day one of मतलब आपको position points से ज़्यादा आपको मतलब kill points निकालने हैं. लेकिन कंपेयर टू द अदर इंटरनेशनल टीम्स ये ना थोड़ा सा हार्ड हो जाता है. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है अपने इंडियन टीम्स को ना अपने वही स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ ही चिपके रहना चाहिए जिसके लिए वो आज फाइनल्स पे आ सके हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है क्योंकि किल पॉइंट्स के चक्कर में ये लोग पोजीशन पॉइंट्स खो रहे हैं.
Top though is the one to refrag over towards that Tiamba, Aching moving forward.
ये तीसरा है ना मैच.
Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on.
वहाँ में भी ऐसे ही अगर मर गए ना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. कल होल्ड करके भी खेलेंगे भी तो मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
Aurora's having none of it.
You feel the base on that one. More coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on Aching to stay alive.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you could. You get the spread on it, just try to follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh, man, I think they just wanted to get the flush, at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. Aching's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower. Good Molotovs, man. A bit more damage done. Chip damage from the nades should be good enough. So start to bombard now.
Saloni, this is white sauce pasta.
They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel, and should survive the second.
So many nades though. And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from 2 sides between this team.
Shreps now. Get the res on of E Arena. E Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, it's 19. But they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down tops. Tiamba's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside of that shack right there. And it's hard to line up those nades past the side. Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other two teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in a buggy. Reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
हाँ वही तो बात है
They needed a break, honestly.
सिर्फ गन पावर की वजह से ही वो आज फाइनल्स में नहीं आए
over towards Aurora.
स्ट्रेटेजी हर जगह just because आपका गन पावर ज़्यादा है इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप फाइट
play around with two. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop two teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as Akin moves in. Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against Tiamba's clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on. And it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff. The arena now. Send some nades in. Yol's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in. I just completely cleaned them out. This guy's been unbelievable.
दोनों में से कोई नहीं मरा या मैं hallucinate कर रही थी. Hello?
Finishes off the stragglers.
इनका अभी तो फाइट हुआ था दोनों टीम कैसे बचा हुआ है?
Stage left and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E Arena. It's Tony Cade that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
EA or Furia?
Igor's Mormon still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. Igor's down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand up tall. E Arena, they saved all their potential up for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had, more, how many smokes they still had remaining. This team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. For E Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E Arena in the near future though.
As he go down, man, it's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a deficit to maybe
Furia
make
का
this one
चिकन तो
uncomfortable?
आना चाहिए यार, क्योंकि फ्यूरिया नीचे है ना.
अभी
Igor is just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate.
ये ऊपर वाली टीम का ये लोग अगर चिकन करेंगे तो इन लोग को पॉइंट ज्यादा होगा ना, तो वो अपने लिए थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकता है. फ्यूरिया नीचे चल रही है ना, तो ये लोग का चिकन आएगा तो.
Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's.
ये ऊपर है क्या फ्यूरिया से?
But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one, when to move and when not to. Finally, the play zone takes him out, and Fury is blind again.
You lose your eyes in the back line. You have to rely on your gun skill now.
3 उनके 3 इनके.
A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested.
भाई कितने nades रख रहे हो यार
Dashing them
तुम
in
लोग
towards the middle
ये लोग
here.
nades ही लग रहे हैं तो
I
इनके
mean,
पास
they're mega blind.
बाकी सारी चीजों के लिए
they
कौन सा
can't move that
दो
far.
बैग देते क्या इनको
Unless Igor's giving back the worst information in the world, but...
दिखता लेवल 3 है बट होता उन लोग का लेवल 6 7 का
33
scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
वही तो
खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा देखो ना नीड मॉली नीड
Just dashing them out. It's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hit.
It's going to drive into it, though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round.
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E-Arena.
क्या कर रहे भाई
पता नहीं यार
एक तो गाड़ी भी नहीं आ गई ये वालों को
थ्रो कर रहे हैं
Some... There's been an end game. It has been an end game. Igor's confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones, actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
ओ भाई देख लिया क्या उसको
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is, the info goes both ways. Silence got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now.
फूट गया
He actually did.
Oh, okay. Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on. A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really?
Nice try, Furia.
Good game from E-Arena. I think that the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igor's, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what E-Arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igor's a great player. But yeah, still a weird end game.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah.
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in your
exactly.
face.
Because I do think that for E-Arena, they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even...
इसका सर देख रहे हो कितना फ्लैट है ऊपर से भाई इसके ऊपर आप फेस कैम रख सकते हो
Then they were like bouncing them out into the blues. Fall, which was just Isla just getting...
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch, didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right. Confirmed, that's where they are. You're dead, Isla. That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Okay.
Got the info.
Info gained. Sick of playing battleships. But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision-making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of playstyle that's going to win you games.
आती हूँ मैं तो जुगाड़ करके यार next 3 games
No, absolutely. I
पड़ेगा
think, again, that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold. Yes. It was, honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from them.
Exactly.
Off on a solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play. You've actually kind of owned us there.
Yeah.
But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed supplies, and they went for it. So
absolutely.
It was a head-on call.
It was the right thing to do. And the right thing for us to do right now is to go for a little moment with the boys over on the stage, and we'll be back real soon.
Happy Powers here at PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Kalaris, and Neptura, and we're playing a round of Hot Drop Dance.
Ooh, we're going to be getting stuck into the board, hopefully. Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take.
GodLike
So let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get Nep up there first. Let's get Nep's in a prime position for this. I feel like I'm in the danger zone. Yeah. Let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
Saloni kya?
Oh, it's your best one. Yeah, that's
it's on the board. All right, let's shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kalaris up to the bat. Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
This is good. This is good. There you go, James. There you go.
Shuffle in.
Thank you. Don't hit me, please. Oh, it's a 17. Currently, Neptune last with 6.
No way. Oh, a double 17.
It's a triple 17.
It's a triple one, I don't know.
That means Neptura is last.
Are you serious?
Go. Yep. What's your hot take, Neptura?
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played.
There you go.
That's it. Wait.
This one was Neptura.
That one was mine.
In the bullseye. No, it's in 25.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's you.
Well, she's already done a hot take now, so.
Wait. You did that on purpose.
No, I didn't do anything. All right, here. Go on.
John starting us off. Let's see. Oh, hey.
A 5.
It's
Not
in.
bad.
That's all that matters, really.
It's on the board.
Here we go.
I haven't missed.
Kalaris now. Forearm strength. It's good. It's good.
Ooh. That could be a treble.
That's nice.
Get out of the danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale.
Good maths.
Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple 3.
God. All right, here you go, mate. Take this.
I'm pretty sure it's currently the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm on a 5.
Lowest. Yeah, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down version of my own
Jackie,
number.
It's your turn.
There you go.
Okay, hot take. Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Ronda. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the first round, I should probably do a hot take because I cheated you out of it. I'm so sorry. Tiamba will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take as well.
Oh, okay.
I feel like over-reliance on ARs, nonsense. I want DMRs in, give the players a little bit more expression in the secondary slot, you know? Those submachine guns, something else popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
I like it.
Give me this mic. You know what I want? I want all of your opinions from the viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
गाना बंद करो भाई गाना नहीं चलाना है ब्रो इमेजिन इवेंट के होस्टिंग टाइम तुम और ट्रिक्सी करते वो बिहारी लैंग्वेज कितना क्रेजी होता हाँ ए फगुनिया तू हाल लोग बोलो का होवत है का करत है कौन जीतेगा बोलो ना फगुनिया वैसा जॉन था फादर ऑफ 40 ये सब मत लिखो यार ये सब मत लिखो हर चीज में मैं तेरा बाप हूं मैं तेरा इतना पापा बनने का शौक है ना मैं बोल रही हूँ शादी कर लो शादी करके बच्चे कर लो और बच्चे करने के बाद तुम पापा बन जाओ हर बात पे पापा 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 भाई समझ रहे हो ना मत करो बीट फॉर एनी कंट्री बीट फॉर वॉट एवर इट इज मत करो भाई अगर कोई सामने से ट्रोल कर रहा है तो अलग बात है अभी कोई ट्रोल नहीं कर रहा है ना तो तुम बिन बात का मत उछलो आई एम इन पेरिस राइट नाउ वॉचिंग मैचेस फ्रॉम द अरीना बहुत क्रेजी एटमॉस्फेयर है आप आ जाओ अरे आई एम ऑल्सो आप किधर हो मैं तो इधर ही हूँ पेरिस में ही हूँ कौन से पोडियम में कौन से स्टेडियम के नंबर
this last game E-Arena wasn't lied to Max because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an E-Arena win now since that Rondo 39-pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very open-ended finish between Furia and E-Arena. I think it was kind of even Steven
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि
eventually
बाहर के लोगों का, बाहर के जो टीम प्लेयर्स हैं, जैसे टीम्स हैं, उनके मतलब ऐसा फैन बेस उतना क्रेजी नहीं है या उतना टॉक्सिक नहीं है जितना इंडिया के गेमिंग फैन बेस जितना मतलब पॉपुलर, बहुत ज़्यादा स्प्रेड भी है और इसीलिए मतलब बहुत ओपिनियनेटेड ऑडियंस भी है. कुछ लोग, ज़्यादा लोग टॉक्सिक है, ज़्यादा लोग टॉक्सिक नहीं है. Like करो guys, जल्दी like करो.
And they're driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. Yeah. They had Silence kind of scouting by Talon's movements
finals
right
तो Paris से live stream कर रही हूँ मैं.
So this
I'm
was
streaming
such
from
a better
Paris
play
all the
from
way.
them. They're
तो उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया है, so right now I'm in Paris.
Where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong split hold. Obviously, a little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back. He's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position.
Love from Pakistan, thank you so much, Mohammed Azam ji. Thank you.
Yeah, after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my mic next year. I'm really upset.
I know what happened actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as we were leaving the talent room, and I asked him like, "What was the play with Ayala?" And he said the idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind. But then he saw two players and he got scared. And that's the thing is, right? Lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two-player setup was exactly what E-Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big something I like to call what the Furia. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. There was a squad, though, that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations. And it was none other than Aurora. Aurora, once again, Neptura being able to back it up with the wins. Even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Rifus, Enzio, we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic, Max, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but 4 LMs out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, the best way to describe it is what you said, Mitchell. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well.
After matches final,
I'm still not sold on the performances so far. I feel like there's still like a flagging power that they used to have in the past.
I don't know win या नहीं, that depends completely on
top GGs. I'm loving it. It's your
I think win ही हो जाएगा India though. I don't know about the rest. Tian is a very strong team.
He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points, currently tied. But
top
the tiebreaker
में ज़्यादा points के differences नहीं है, but उसके बाद से बहुत ज़्यादा differences है. First page में Team India है ही नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. Team India है तो मतलब हमेशा comeback का आदत है हमारे पास.
They're truly putting up those numbers,
GodLike top 5 में आएगा for sure.
eliminations for that squad in only 4
अब सच में Paris में हो अभी Arena में क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं? अरे मैं live stream कर रही हूँ ना तो इसीलिए.
They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to
what about
have that
40?
amount of points and
40
that
तो
sort of
आपकी team है ना, तो आप बताओ what is the potential of 40?
But of course we got to bring it back to
मैं तो Team India का potential बता सकती हूँ कि हाँ top 3 में तो India आएगा ही आएगा.
It's good to do it obviously today.
जीत भी जा सकती है.
But then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to.
हरिओम, yes मैं Paris में हूँ. अरे सच्ची.
Another team that's currently doing that, Max, is none other than Nangshan. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshan, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles,
13 or 14 में है GodLike
The thing is about
Orangutan.
off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on
Ida
the
को
Harry
क्या हो
Potter's
गया?
tower. He had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line
Ida
of
को
sight,
कुछ
so they're
हो
not
गया,
going to
guys.
peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime
पनीर को क्या
time
आवाज
for them to
पनीर खेल नहीं पा रहे
regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop. Yeah. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is. And we did see Fourth Thrives take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one, you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. Fourth Thrives knew that. And, you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third-party that.
Yeah, they will end up third-partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. GodLike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so
को क्या हो गया मीठा करना पड़ेगा अभी मीठा तभी कुछ होगा
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking your driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh, yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tiamba, the Arena, they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's break it down into the finer details.
Oh,
okay,
so yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so what's the best map to capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends. Yeah. How about vehicles for late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps. So it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so end of game, smokes, nades, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends. Yeah. Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy,
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess.
It depends.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. No, it depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, he's right. The V90 is where it's at.
Hey,
but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up, that was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's going to get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular, as we were getting into this game, I happened to see S-Power from GodLike. The hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what? Give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, the domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For GodLike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good, because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies, and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here, and we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently, like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm unsure as to why he made the decision to stick to that top spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they are disengaging. I liked 4 Thrives adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very clear position they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that 4 Thrives made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo, he's hiding in a corner, you don't know exactly where he is. You disengage, you don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening through a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all long here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by IDA players and kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations. And they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, IDA and Enigma Galaxy have to start thinking some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have four thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
When he eventually, hopefully, in the very
शुरू
far
ही नहीं हो
future.
रहा है ये सो जाएगा बंदा
If
अभी
he keeps
Aurora
dropping in
Gaming
Pachinki
इस बार ये लोग अगर हगे
he's
तो समझ
certainly not
लेना
going to
guys
have a long life expectancy.
नींद आ गया है
Aurora
इनको
Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
ठीक है आज गॉडलाइक वाले नहीं आए क्या गॉडलाइक को सपोर्ट करने के लिए टीम का तो आवाज ही नहीं निकल रहा है
ज्यादातर टाइम्स ना गॉडलाइक का सेकंड डे कमबैक होता है
현빈, 소이지, TG입니다.
बस अभी जो मतलब जिस पोजीशन डिफरेंस में है ना पॉइंट डिफरेंस जो होके रखा है ना
하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게
ऐसा ना हो
많죠.
कि कल तक
저희가 이
टाइम ही ना
플레이
मिले समझ
라운지에
रहे हो ना
왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을
3 मैच इन लोग को निकालना
즐겨보겠습니다.
पड़ेगा एक मैच चिकन तो निकालना ही पड़ेगा अपनी दोनों टीम में से किसी को भी
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오! 연습반이네 완전. 어이씨 뭐야?
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다.
대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 WC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location, and if we may have a fourth, a fifth, or maybe even more teams. Perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? I'm in. I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Erangel of day one of the finals. And let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well. Plane path on the west side of the mainland here, coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base. And it will be going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Hora out early over towards Saverny. Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. Oh. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already here. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Nigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Gameplay वापस लाओ.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting.
Gameplay वापस लाओ
say, though, we got to give massive props to Nigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Mountain Red Force have yet to touch the floor of their parachute. Could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Nigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure.
Hello,
You can see
Mikey.
Satan up on the roof here.
Game देखते हैं यार. Game
On this
देखते हैं
ledge,
यार.
trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No. Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad.
Did he get thirsty?
Oh, through the door. What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though, and Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfolding.
GodLike or OG comeback कर
Yeah,
दें.
and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Erangel is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
Guys, ये तो कुछ अलग ही हो रहा है
got a
यार.
player, you don't get the loot truck, you don't get any, you're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they're standing on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop in Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it, you know?
Fair enough. Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen. But yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people.
Sure.
Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin. Get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambo's been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right? The play of the tournament, that 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick.
Yeah.
And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now.
G, thank you.
Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot, GodLike. would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, by the way, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the two teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building. With Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One day could be dangerous. Oh, the shot's ring on out, and the knock onto Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards, and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map like the back of your hand, it's gonna pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and Fourth Rise are going head to head. And at the moment, it looks like Fourth Rise are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All 4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. Fourth Rise lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Furia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming, oh, the one rock! You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there. Guaranteed. 100% looking at
Yeah.
No ways.
I think we're going to go here, guys.
Oh, is he going to go again? Oh, no. Okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the Fourth Rise and Nongshim Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to clock, it seems, pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for Fourth Rise. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who, for the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Enigma Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? If this zone actually South shifts one more time to Roz, that would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality,
Yeah,
right? So
you're right.
They're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side need to settle their score with Alola to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alola. They lose a player. Not a good start, but
they have to pull up
it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It'd be great for Enigma Galaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain and lickety-split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike in the meantime, on the hut in the middle, getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good, puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, S12K getting the finish, and look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up, see what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes onto Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Old strategy.
Little tap on the tree, you know.
Tap, tap, tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there, just saying hi, and then
gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to unleash lead into the hillsides around him. Hopefully with that P90. Team Flash getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality and Aurora, this is the re-engage, Jukes.
Here they go, they're battling it again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. Here you can see Zol driving around, trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this as their 6 is not covered, but Razy is driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reespis to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these 2 players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. And Vitality doing a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror. Sleepy is holding it, but in the meantime, a crash. S2G trying to roll across, but Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight. Aurora wants to jump in and join the party here. A nade in, that could be brutal there, right under his feet. Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third knock over towards Tiamba, but now everybody has been isolated and evacuated from this fight. Nobody's left to put the pressure on this triple knock.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it. And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top. Doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back Top off nicely. The run around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick. Not able to flex out. Didn't quite have the angles on it.
Top!
Oh, Top just about behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He is slap bang in the middle of the circle, though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here.
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so if they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points, that'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear. 7 eliminations. Fortunate for them, they're able to get everybody back up here, and they're in a solid position in this circle. As we now look on over to Furia, Igor hopping out the vehicle here, getting punished by E-Arena for it.
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief, the other 2 players down on the hillside. Tianba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound, right? They're now on 7 eliminations. They have done phenomenal stuff. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash try to find their way through, thread the needle, but E-Arena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top, doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Tourniquet sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards 4th Rise, so nowhere real to go for him as Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for Nongshim Red Force.
E-Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle, because there's a lot of open field in this zone. And now you're going to see 4th Thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Falak with 2, Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozok in.
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4th Thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank. And if you hold towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy. The placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player. Top could not stay in for too much longer. 4th Thrives, though, getting crashed on.
Here they go. E-Arena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Mormon hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot onto Zypha. Zypha's really hurt here. Great teamwork, though, from E-Arena, picking apart the likes of 4th Thrives.
Zypha has been so difficult to deal with, but E-Arena the only team to be able to take him down, and it took at least 3 of them. Tourniquet goes down with him, but 10 eliminations now for E-Arena. Very possible to get this res. This is the chance, though, for Enigma Galaxy to move across, and look at Ralph. He's getting over. Koops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity, whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied. A little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight and third partied it as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tianba and gotten stuck in there, but they hold inside. And I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. And it's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party. But because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. GodLike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when E-Arena crashed on towards 4th Rise. Falak. Yeah, went down very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sight lines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle, though, comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the west. I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road. Ulf fairly happy in their compound, but GodLike are putting pressure on.
Yeah, GodLike. Remember, as Power said, the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that big, though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal.
प्लीज अपने टीम का नाम लेना गाइस इग्नोर कर दो, समझ रहे हो ना? कुछ बोलो ही मत, बस दिल में उनको वो करो, याद रखो, समझ रहे हो ना?
Hold the spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside the circle. Yeah, so now Wolf are in a perfect position to gate party this. Oh, nice shots though from Admino. But unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. Managed to get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and E-Arena, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes, and move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality sightlines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it to get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done.
Next level,
able to get the heal off, and now gets some shots down range. Headshot on the Mormon. Joker, right there next to him though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately. They're on the Coops. And Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as E-Arena make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tiamba will not work out for them, and E-Arena evaporated.
E-Arena evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tiamba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tiamba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable as Power forced to hit the deck. Oh, now with those sight lines just punishing them. I mean, they have this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready, didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush onto GodLike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunches. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we gotta push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they started to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air, and that's their biggest threat right now.
Catch though with the response over QZZ. And it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player. It is going to go down to Enigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. That transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game from Enigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion, and now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tiamba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tiamba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality going to have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against two duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked.
Yeah,
this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it. But it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shut out first, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Ulf are on the hunt. Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You can ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing it on it. We'd love to be able to see that. That building so strong, it was in circle all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop, but the rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tiamba holding off against the triple crash. It was Alula, followed by S2G, followed by Aurora. Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they denied them access at every single turn. It was a shame.
अरे नहीं जारविस एक एक करके पिक हो रहे हैं, वही तो बात है. ये लोग फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इनका स्ट्रेटजी इज नॉट स्ट्रेटजिंग. आज स्ट्रेटजी दोनों का ही कुछ हो गया है. एंड जब भी वो स्टार्टिंग का, अगर तुमने गेम देखा होगा, स्टार्टिंग के गेम में रोटेशन इतना स्प्लिट हुए थे वो लोग, गॉडलाइक वाले इतना ज्यादा स्प्लिट हुए थे भाई, जैसे असम और मुंबई जैसा वो लोग स्प्लिट हुए थे, विच इज नॉट नेसेसरी. क्या ही सोच के खेल रहे हैं आज, पता नहीं ये लोग. आई हैव नो आइडिया ब्रो, नो आइडिया.
One team in particular, right? We got to talk about is E-Arena. Just straight aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of eliminations. Unfortunately, don't get the chicken dinner, but when you get that many elims, that's a good game no matter what.
Yeah, that fight with 4 Thrives over the ridgeline worked out well for them. And again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third party look-ins coming on through. And yeah, for E-Arena, it's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables, to keep, well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that, but a man who could find out is Kalaris down on the stage with E-Arena.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. E-Arena looking fantastic so far, so let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์มากกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับ
के मैच के शुरू होते ही नहीं बोल रही हूं मैं. रोंडो का मैच देखना, रोंडो का जब फाइट हुआ था उनकाไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they're approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they're winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ Survival Stage ฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. So we are here to win, of course. And it's since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at the 0 point. So that's no different. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
मैं दुखी हो गई यार, मेरा थोड़ा सा ना मन खराब हो गया है. You all have got perfect position, squad house ultimate, utilize it very well. हाँ next level कर रहे हैं. next level. Hello Zia, कैसी हो? जिन को डिस्कॉर्ड आना है आ जाओ यार. मतलब मेरे बंदों को मैं बोल रही हूँ. बाकी मैं और ट्रिक्सी तो हम लोग जा रहे हैं गर्ल कॉम्पिटिटिव लाइन में. मैं और ट्रिक्सी तो जा रही हूँ भाई. बाकी तुम लोग अपना अपना देख लो भाई. तुम लोग अपना अपना देख लो. कातिलाना मेरा कातिलाना ये फितूरी ये मार डालेगा फितूरी ये. Don't you know that I am massacre. कातिलाना मेरा फितूरी ये मार डालेगा फितूरी ये. Don't you know that I am massacre. लाइक करो गाइस. क्या कर रहे हो? आँखों को उसी का इंतजार है, उनके लिए ये धूप ये श्रृंगार है.
Today our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
लाइक करो गाइस, सब लोग जल्दी लाइक करो. अरे मुझे गिफ्ट्स এটা অসমীয়াত সং হ'ব নেকি? অসমীয়াত? अरे रुको यार, अभी टीम इंडिया ना एसएमएस ना हिंदी ना कुछ. टीम इंडिया के लिए हम लोग गाना गाता है. वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम. You won the match, Helena जी. Which match? OG और GodLike comeback होगा क्या लगता है? होगा यार, होगा. हेलो UP8 ओ लूसी UP80 लूसी. हाय कैसे हो? हाय जय जी. You from Odisha? I'm not from Odisha. I'm from Assam.
Pet, sini Pet. Kau mati juga kan jangan. Ini Pet. Ambil Pet. Lari Pet. Lari Pet. Jam. Oh yang ini.
तुम्हें कौन प्राइम फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी?
Ini Mas. Oh trend juga.
वो तो कल है मतलब क्या कल है?
We lost. Yeah. Main dulu jangan nangis yang. Yeah, let's go.
Today is going by so quick.
शुरू हो गया.
Final here at PMWC
गुवाहाटी कोड. गुवाहाटी से ज्यादा मैं नहीं बोल सकती हूँ ना भाई. सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स आ जाते हैं.
Don't forget about the PMWC Lucky Spin that is currently in the game. Log into PUBG Mobile and get those PMWC skins. They are co-created with PvP creator none other than Nana. You guys want to check them out? Make sure you do so. The Alien Fusion Grossa looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken, and I personally just want the Grossa.
Yeah, I do have the Groza. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that recoil. So I just stick to the Org because I'm basic like that, Seven. But the Org is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow, even if I'm able to get at least one elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match, being able to keep all their 4 players alive, none other than Ulf, Natura.
Oh, finally. You said it, right? We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf still around, still here to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had 1 or 2 fights in the mid stage of the game.
इंग्लिश समझना मुश्किल है, कृपया गाइड करते जाना. अरे ये लोग बात कर रहे हैं इसके बाद. Oh, ULF, Nigma Galaxy, Tianba #3 पे है. GodLike #8 पे आ गए. Orangutan #7 पे आ गए. देख रहे हो? That's what I'm saying.
In Jakarta this year, and you know what, they're able to finally
That's
get it
what
done.
I'm
I told you
saying.
they're a slow starting team. We're getting to the final.
अभी 2-3 मैचेस में अगर उनको समझ में आ गया है कि फाइट उनके फेवर पे नहीं हो रहा है, then they should go for positioning points. क्योंकि लास्ट में जाके फाइट होगा ही होगा. मुझे ऐसा फील होता है, बाकी पता नहीं.
They can't put up those big points. Talking about big...
अभी इतना कुछ खास उन्होंने किल नहीं उठाया था, बट उस पोजीशन पॉइंट्स के लिए ही उनको मिला है. बहुत
they
सही
really
है.
needed
Nice
lace
यार.
because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on.
इस
They
मैच
needed
का
to be able to catch up.
स्टार्ट है
They were
ये.
only able, both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
Guys, like करो यार. 500 like कर दो यार आप लोग.
Improvement from them, and being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zones. So they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side, but still to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow starting teams, and they are one of them, but I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that, but to get to that, I guess, spot that they have, it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is, and one team that was able to, that's also been starting off slow, but finally being able to wake up, Max, none other than 4thrice. 4thrice getting 8 eliminations this last match.
Good to see. Finally, good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in that game too. That was fun to see how they won that little bit of an encounter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish.
Did.
Really good numbers from Huzaifa. But they had a very good early rotation, and you could say a bad rotation from Nongshim Red Force, where they catch them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know 4thrives, right, Nipchiro? If they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did, and Nongshim Red Force took a massive L there. So 4thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to watch 4thrice because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Did you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for the team. So for him to go out early, yes, Huzaifa is able to clutch, but you know, T24, they need a 4th player. They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during groups as well. Then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations, we talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tianba. Tianba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations. It's also E-Arena. Like, we sort of like look at these 2 powerhouse squads, and we're gonna have to get a mashup with these 2 teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way. Even in a fight where I think it was Nigma Galaxy could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tianba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off us. We're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
They have been very, very consistent. It's been back-to-back-to-back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy with the team as well. They look fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It is a very, very difficult lobby. Night and day from the group stage, from the survival stage. But they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly, what I loved about the fight with For Thrives, right? That dip, the way they used the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there. It's a dip, and then you got those two cliffs. And what actually they ended up using is they went off the cliff, back behind For Thrives, and then used that terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once, when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like For Thrives, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA. Good knowledge of the terrain and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
It was. It really was.
Max, there is something that has been pretty much pissing us off when we talk about Erangel, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just, they're just squandering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, you saw what we could do when they can actually get out of the hot drop, but here you go, Pachinki, Nigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point, and Ida going to be joining up on this one. And initially I was like, okay, Ida, you should not be good for this hot drop. You know, as a clear fact that Nigma Galaxy will never get out this rotation. And it's almost getting to the point for me, Mitra, I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because Ida are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because for Nigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 2-1-2, that's it. But you're right. Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Nigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that many points. So right now, Nigma Galaxy, I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop. You've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry, and I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Yeah. Again, they have 2 points. You're not going to win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like For Thrives, I think it was on one of the Erangels earlier, Niptura, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki, waiting for the loot truck to come out, because they know no one is going to get that loot truck, because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course here, big respect by the way, Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed, but one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player, and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when For Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send. Game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So, yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it would have been Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we were talking about someone, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Blaze, who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think Nigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But Ida just, both.
By the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight Orangutan fighting Ulf. So everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck you can see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2 and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max. This is Picado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Picado, I am going to come over to your table, and I'm going to
moonwalk.
Aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee at you very
TLDR,
aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment, we don't like it. End of story.
Unless you're Nick McGalaxy. Nick McGalaxy currently in 3rd place. You have E-Arena right now in 1st place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing on those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the Elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as the day has been going on. And it's none other than Aurora, Max.
Unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc. I wouldn't even take the docking at this point. I want to see something come out of it. But yeah, they've definitely been.
और अगर करती है तो वो विनर बन जाएंगे. ईरा यार इतने बार मरने के बाद भी ड्रॉप क्लैश की. अरे भाई समझ रहे हो ना? ईगो. Are you dancing? Yes, I am dancing.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you started sounding very worried to me.
But I'm too worried.
Started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually, it's not too good.
Just saying more teams, and I'm like, okay. That sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. 4 Thrives ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the second page, we really haven't seen much lays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through, but it's kind of like more of a gifted scenario in a lot of segments. But you've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what
no driver's license.
I won't carry on about that. But look, I even just want to touch on like Vitality. We didn't really get to talk about them. They are playing incredibly scared. So after your sort of worried statement, I am also worried in that sense because like even in that final zone there, they had the western side to sort of scoop up behind Enigma Galaxy, and they did nothing.
Yep. One team that I want to see more out of, especially towards that second page, is none other than GodLike. And I would love to see the player stats so far today because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high. And it has to come with the fragging power of S-Power. And right now, for S-Power, to give him a break, he is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least 1. But the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So GodLike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. GodLike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Somme. And Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manya is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now because Manya is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few others sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught out.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they are trying, keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Enigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive. That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, GodLike? Actually, I believe they will be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of its players. As Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Blank here to talk about everything.
Oh, you're my special little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man here on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of the adversity. And I think that when you watch those QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside. Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Milu's been amazing. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about he was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations over 7,000 damage for QZZ, but yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Ignore that bit.
Ignore that bit. Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments. And yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Okay,
where's my box?
The thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now. What do you think?
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed, because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
I like Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
Right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old. He goes way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard, he's a grizzled warrior, but he looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular, because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6
and really believe in or to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me. I was like, get in, lads, this is fine. You've got it.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite.
ये लोग game कब लगाएंगे, guys?
Yes, that is right.
एक room लगाने में इनका वो हो रहा है.
Great job, lads. Great
लगाओ
job,
ना.
mate.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually
आप तो
has
घर
great
पर ही
lines of sight
हो.
on the south side.
हाँ, किसने बोला मैं घर पे हूँ? मैं भी पेरिस पे हूँ. Chat बताओ मैं पेरिस पे हूँ कि नहीं?
Circles were shifting, so they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right, they prioritized those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by all so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked. It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E-Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing. But 4-5's had like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena is just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky, which even they, I don't think, are very sure about this point in time. I remember a time when Schweppes, you know, was sweeping aside the competition. But again, I think E-Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet.
Yeah.
But they do have the massive potential, Kale.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past, Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Well, at the moment, but they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next two games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative, and he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got two players, one of them's already progressed through, and Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well. Already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-finals.
I mean, to be fair, Dennis was trying to almost practicing, putting the key into the trophy. Maybe that's a good
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent's key that he'd beaten in the winning trophy. So it wasn't even his own key. He was like knocking someone out and then putting them on a pedestal straight away. But yeah, it's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot, but then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trav. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the club championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's Esports here at Pmwc 26, we got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they were able to start off hot, but they're just going to keep going down that leaderboard.
It's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more from Rufus as well. That has kind of like been underperforming a little bit. Even Ziol. Ziol, I can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo. So sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziol has definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Jolly get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well, because similarly to Zeol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit. But yes, overall, I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay.
Messages delete मत करो, चाहे कोई भी किसको hate दे रहा है मत करो. मैंने उसी टाइम बोला था.
Yeah, for me, no pass for Reefus. Okay, Reefus, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad. So the pressure is on you, okay? Any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well. But here we go. We're looking at the overall place. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that just we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max, if you were to be an embodiment of a coach, you pick Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was, wasn't that your...
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction?
Yeah.
Obviously being 7th place there, not doing terribly, but come on.
23 points behind.
Inner coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Team Flash. Ooh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this. But, Team Flash, I feel like...
You thrive on this.
There was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking at Hora Esports, Neptura. This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Hora Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not. And I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But typically, this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive
GodLike come back loading, yeah.
They just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They've got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had like your typical rule set, sure, fair enough. You can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3. And you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but Smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Niptura, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well.
ये hair color मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
Because day 2 they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Roll is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Roll on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Roll. And this is something that you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to PMGO Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives. What was it? 50+ point lead after day 1. Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. Like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Fourth is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team. And almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the Smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And
इतना डेडिकेटेडली हो रहा का टीम देखो ऐसे दिखाई रहा है एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिखाई रहा है हो रहा बोल के अपना गॉडलाइक का टीम मुझे दिख ही नहीं रहे कहाँ है बाय द वे गॉडलाइक की टीम है कहाँ जो सपोर्टिंग टीम जो पिछले 1 महीने से जो पेरिस में सपोर्ट करने गए हैं वो लोग है किधर सब अपना अपना व्लॉग बना रहे वहां में यही तो बुरा लगता है ना हाँ व्लॉग बनाना इज नॉट अ बैड थिंग ऑफ कोर्स व्लॉग बनाना बुरा बात नहीं है बट राइट नाउ योर टीम नीड्स यू हाँ ये भी नहीं फर्क पड़ता है कि वो लोग रहेंगे तो थोड़ी ना ये लोग जीत जाएंगे बट स्टिल एक इमोशनल सपोर्ट रहता है ना कि टीम चीयर कर रहा है ये वो अपने ही मजे के लिए आए हैं
from of course Nigma Galaxy. Now buddy, I got to get in there and ask.
You're too beautiful. Thank you.
It has been hot dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of we keep winning this and I'm going to prove it standing up on the stage?
प्लेयर्स ही नहीं है अपने सब लोग खाना वाना खाने गए मैं भी देखदा कितना नहीं मिलदी कॉल जॉनी अरे यार आई विश आई कुड कॉल जॉनी यार यहाँ में ऐसे पिक्चर्स में ना जॉनी ही मतलब सबसे ज्यादा सूट करते हैं पता है सबसे ज्यादा जॉनी ही सूट करते हैं कुछ भी कर लो यू कैन अब्यूज मी और एनीथिंग बट आप जैसे व्यूज के लिए वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हो वो भी व्यूज के लिए व्यू व्लॉग बना रहे हैं मैं वही बोल रही हूँ व्लॉग बनाना खराब नहीं है अगर आपने नहीं सुना है मैं एक और बार बोल दूंगी कि मैंने क्या बोला है मैंने ये बोला है कि व्लॉग बनाना इज नॉट अ बैड थिंग बनाओ व्लॉग बट समझ रहे हो ना वही बात है आप इधर डिफेंड में डिफेंड मतलब आप डिफेंड करना चाहते हो आई नो बट डिफेंड लॉजिकली ना एंड जो मैंने बोला है उन सबको ध्यान में रख के डिफेंड करो ना मैंने ऑलरेडी बोल ही दिया है कि इट इज नॉट अ गलत थिंग टू नॉट डू व्लॉग्स बट व्हेन योर टीम नीड्स यू यू हैव टू बी देयर दैट्स इट मे बी दे आर सपोर्टिंग बट मुझे मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो उनके वे में वो बेस्ट सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं बट मुझे अदर कंट्रीज जैसे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो तरीका मुझे ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना कि मतलब जब हार रहे हैं अभी दिस इज द मोमेंट दिस इज द मेन मुझे ऐसा लगता है हाँ मैं गलत भी हो सकती हूँ बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जीतने से ज़्यादा चलो जीत में तो ठीक है जीत में आपको नहीं चाहिए होता है खुद कास्टर्स लोग ही सपोर्ट कर देते हैं बट जब तुम हार रहे होते हो ना मतलब बुरे टाइम में सपोर्ट ज़्यादा चाहिए होता है नॉट इन द सक्सेसफुल टाइम मुझे ऐसा फील होता है आई डोंट नो हाँ, यहाँ मैं गॉड लाइक गेम खेल रहे हैं, वहाँ मैं जाके मैं व्लॉग बना लेता हूँ। बनाओ व्लॉग यार, टाइम होता है, लेकिन अभी गॉड लाइक को सपोर्ट करने का टाइम है। बाकी जब गॉड लाइक चिकन पे चिकन करती रहेगी ना, तो उस टाइम पे जाके व्लॉग बनाओ। नहीं, उस टाइम पे तो व्लॉग नहीं बनाएंगे, उस टाइम पे बैठे रहना पड़ेगा ना, क्योंकि कैमराज आएंगे वहाँ में, तो चिल्लाना पड़ेगा ना कि हम चिल्ला रहे हैं, तब से हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, कितना मेहनत कर रहे हैं, वो भी दिखाना पड़ेगा। उस टाइम पे व्लॉग काम नहीं आता है, या तो व्लॉग ही दिखा देंगे। सो स्मार्ट, वेरी स्मार्ट, वेरी स्मार्ट।
Can of cola.
It's not like ना कि भाई साहब एग्जैक्टली इट्स नॉट लाइक ना कि चिकन आएगा तब ही सपोर्ट करेंगे, तब ही चिल्लाएंगे। वही आपकी रील्स क्यों नहीं आ रही? मेरी रील्स तो आ रही है यार। बेन स्टोक्स, सपोर्ट करने वालों के चेहरे फटे हुए होंगे तो टीम वाले वो देख के और लोड लेते हैं। वही FM, हाँ ना, अभी गॉडलाइक को अभी इमोशनल सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है। कुछ तो इशू हुआ है, शायद कोई भी प्लेयर नहीं है और सब लोग मानिया स्पैम कर रहे हैं। आई डोंट नो यार व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन। फेसमी मैडम जी, कल अपने सपने में आई हैं आप मेरे। अरे अरे अरे, हेलो इमॉर्टल हल्क जी, कैसे हो? हाय, क्या हो गया है? मतलब मानिया क्यों स्पैम कर रहे हैं? कुछ हो गया है क्या? पता नहीं, कुछ हुआ है क्या?
I just was kind of looking in your direction and yeah.
How would you do that though? What's like?
We don't need to go into details, Max. What would you be crushing?
7 also. What would I be crushing? You know
Who
what?
would I be
Who would I be crushing? No. Can we do intro first? I don't know.
No, don't do it.
Come on.
I would be crushing the key of Ida because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste and squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell. Probably, I don't like it. It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me very intensely. He is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Well, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is
Yes,
bullying.
keep it.
This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
Actually, that's a good answer. That's a good answer, actually. Yeah.
She's just gonna be printing them out and just crushing them. Mine, I would want to see how long it takes to crush the level 3 helmet for PUBG Mobile. That would be sick. You know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'd love to end up seeing that, or maybe one of the
squeaky chicken.
No. The what?
Squeaky chicken. Crush that and see what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're going to be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing, oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time too, as we're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far at PMWC. Aurora with this one, that one hurt to see. But this was, honestly, ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out
trust
of.
me, bro.
So yeah, GG on that one, but yeah.
Did they hit the light post?
मानिया को फूड पॉइजनिंग हुआ है शायद, तो गॉड क्या एक सेकंड, क्या? हेलो क्या? एक सेकंड,
James Bond stuff right
गेम
there.
शुरू हो चुका है, लेकिन क्या?
Onto the tower, and actually that position was really big for Nongshim Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks.
मानिया को फूड पॉइजनिंग हो गया, ये किसने बोल दिया? कौन से सोर्स ने बोला है?
You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. I was like, ooh.
अभी तो ठीक था, कैसे फूड पॉइजनिंग हो गया उसको? हेलो?
Maybe not.
हाँ, वो शुरू नहीं हुआ, sorry.
Self-nading.
बट मानिया को हाँ हुआ है। ऐसे कैसे हो गया भाई एकदम से फूड पॉइजनिंग? अभी ज़ीगॉड जी गॉड नहीं, साके गॉड जी। अच्छा ओके, फिफ्थ प्लेयर, हाँ वो जो फोटो पे था, हाँ समझ गई मैं। साके साले गॉड जी, सॉरी गॉड जी,
we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for GodLike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more mad. I love how the shade just went from.
क्या इंडियन प्लेयर्स रील्स में बहुत बड़े बोल रही थी जब तो आप टूर्नामेंट विन कर सकते तब ऐसा कुछ भी बोलना चाहिए। गॉडलाइक करते हैं बड़े बोलने वाली से। भाई क्या बोल रहे हो? तिलियल बोलो भाई, तिलियल बोलो, मुंह से सुपारी निकाल के बात कर लो पहले तो। मुंह से सुपारी निकाल के बात कर लो पहले तो।
Obviously they need to capitalize on more eliminations.
अरे कहना क्या चाहते हो?
Out of them is better, but also they do have the power and
गूंगा बह रहा है
positioning to go into these final.
सारे प्लेयर्स की तबीयत खराब है। कैसे तबीयत खराब है?
This is a team that can finalize.
ये क्या मतलब पूछ रहे हो, बता रहे हो यार? जारविस मुझे नहीं समझ आ रहा है यार। डिस्कॉर्ड में आके बोलो ना यार।
Their eliminations are slow now. Say we come.
यार मेरे को देखो, मेरे को बहुत ज्यादा फोमो होता है यार, प्लीज फियर ऑफ मिसिंग आउट। तो प्लीज डिस्कॉर्ड में आके बोल दो यार, अगर पक्का इन्फॉर्म मिला है तो प्लीज बताओ यार, प्लीज।
Could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our sport here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions.
अरे भाई वो लोग बोल रहे हैं
कि
मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले उन्होंने जब कुछ खाया है ना,
बिरयानी खाई थी,
बिरयानी पता नहीं कुछ तो खाया है, तो उसकी वजह से सबके चेहरे उतर रहे हैं अभी।
कहाँ से बिरयानी खाया था?
I think that is fair.
एक मिनट रुकना ना, मेरे को आपका साउंड नहीं आ रहा।
They're not the way it's going. At least it doesn't look intense.
अरे वो होता ही है ना वहाँ का, लैंड पे जो सब लोग एक साथ ही तो खाते हैं, इसलिए तो कोई प्लेयर है नहीं वहाँ अवेलेबल अभी।
अभी मतलब चारों का ही खराब हो गया, सिर्फ मान्या का फूड पॉइजनिंग हुआ था ना? है?
अरे नहीं, हर एक टीम के कुछ प्लेयर्स को, जिनको नहीं हुआ है, जिनको पता नहीं है,
तो खाते क्यों है? पचता नहीं है तो पचता नहीं है, खाना है लेकिन। भाई मैं समझ गया क्या हुआ होगा, मुझे भी थोड़ा सा समझ आ रहा है क्या हुआ होगा।
अरे मैच के शुरू होने से पहले का है ना, वो सुबह के टाइम से ही।
अरे अभी उधर दोपहर हुआ है, हमारे इधर 4 बजे
और अभी ही होने शुरू हो गया।
हमारे इधर 4 बजे, उनके उधर 11 बजे शुरू होता है, 11 बजे PMWC शुरू होता है, इधर 4 बजता है तब, समझ रहे हो? तो काफी टाइम डिफरेंस है भाई। ये सब क्या हो रहा है अभी तो?
Got some 4-5 fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on 4-5s?
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzaifa and Falah.
हाँ अरे मतलब बिरयानी तो ऐसा मैं स्पेसिफिक बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब दो जिन्होंने खाया रहेगा उसकी वजह से थोड़ा।
How is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4-5s here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4-5s?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them.
हर स्पोर्ट्स में जरा सा अच्छा कर ले तो बड़े बोल दिए जाते हैं, जब विन नहीं करते ऐसा कुछ मत बोलना चाहिए। इंडिया से ऐसा दे मार के चले गए, अदर टीम कुछ ऐसा नहीं, फजूल बातें नहीं करते, हम्बल। अरे भोसड़ी के ये बोल क्या रहा है भाई, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा। पहले तो ये हम्बल का स्पेलिंग ऐसा इतना खतरनाक हो गया है क्या? पाकिस्तान के स्कूल्स यार बहुत खतरनाक से हैं। HAMBL हम्बल, वाओ भाई क्या बोल रहे हो भाई, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। आप दिमाग से सुपारी निकाल के बात कीजिए। आई एम सॉरी, मुझे लगा था आपके मुंह में सुपारी है, लेकिन आप दिमाग से सुपारी निकाल लीजिए, फिर हम बात करते हैं, ठीक है?
Tomorrow, so then I can say who can win. I know the game, I know how the game works. So let's just wait patiently.
उधर फेक इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट होते बहुत, नहीं तो वेदर की वजह से ऐसा हुआ होगा मे बी.
We want to see Hora win. If they're gonna, you'd love to see a bit.
Maybe matches would be rescheduled because बहुत सारे players को food poison हो गई है, more than half players को. अच्छा. बंदा अलग ही लेवल का था. अबे अलग ही लेवल का बंदा है भाई. चुल.
We're looking for a Hora win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the arena.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here.
मतलब कि दीदी 40 से डर रही है. क्यों डरूंगी भाई, ये गेम है. अरे भाई, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल डरना किस बात का है? अगर तुम एटम बम हाथ में लेके आए हो तो हाँ डर तो लगेगा ही, बट अगर नहीं लेके आए हो तो गेम है. गेम के लिए क्यों डरेंगे भाई? और वो भी फिजिकल गेम भी नहीं है, मेंटल गेम है. वो भी डिजिटल ई स्पोर्ट्स है, ये इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्पोर्ट्स है. ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का अगर आपको फुल फॉर्म पता नहीं है तो इट इज ई स्पोर्ट्स, मतलब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्पोर्ट्स, समझ रहे हो ना? तो ये EWC में ई स्पोर्ट्स हो रहा है. ई स्पोर्ट्स का चलो जल्दी जल्दी बता दो अभी. अनीस जी, अनीन, जो भी आपका नाम, अनीन अली जी, जल्दी जल्दी बता दीजिए EWC का फुल फॉर्म. चलो बच्चा, चल बता. नहीं आ रहा? ओके. ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप. तो वहां में ऐसे गेम्स को डरने की क्या जरूरत है भाई? डरने की क्या जरूरत है? गेम ही तो है. और मैं डरूंगी भी क्यों? मैं तो खेल भी नहीं रही हूँ भाई. और अगर ये 40, अगर मैं बोल रही हूँ, अगर 40 जीत भी जाती है या 40 के पॉइंट्स, आप, मुझे पता है आप लोग ऐसे भी हो कि बाद में 40 नहीं जीतने से भी ये कंपेयर करोगे. गलती से अगर मतलब पोजीशनिंग में इंडिया से पहले भी आ गए तो वो ही आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा अचीवमेंट वो भी होगा. बिकॉज एक PUBG तो है जिसमें आप लोग compete कर पा रहे हो, वो भी मुझे पता है. तो इट्स फाइन, आई डोंट हैव एनी प्रॉब्लम. आउट ऑफ ऑल द 69 अदर विन्स, एक विन हम पाकिस्तान के नाम कर सकते हैं यार. हमारा दिल बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा है.
Such a nice tournament. Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament.
Okay, it's your key.
दीदी और गॉडलाइक के गन पावर कहाँ है? ग्रैंड फाइनल में तो नजर ही नहीं आ रहा है. कैसे नजर आएगा? उससे पहले तो आप लोग मर जा रहे हो. नजर कहाँ से आएगा? 40 को कितने साल लग गए भाई इधर आने में, वो भी इंटरनेशनल लॉबी में? पता नहीं यार, पता नहीं, मुझे क्या लेना देना है, मुझे तो पता भी नहीं.
What suck for those squads is that they're currently on that second page, Max. That's why we're saying we don't want to see any hot drops from those two squads.
Nobody wants to be Ida 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know
it's
what?
Fair.
If you're an Ida fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point. No, but they didn't do the hot drop in their respective group, right? Which was Group A back then, if I'm not mistaken, or the other one, but one of the groups. And they didn't go for it. But the reason why they didn't go for the hot drops, really, the real reason is because the planes were very focused over to the eastern side and the southern side, meaning La Cobreria.
मेरे इधर में बहुत सारे पाकिस्तानी सब्सक्राइबर्स भी है जो हु आर रियली बहुत अच्छे हैं, मैच्योर्ड है, एंड उनको ये हेट नहीं, यहाँ उन्हीं को ही हेट मिलेगा, चाहे वो पाकिस्तान से हो, चाहे वो इंडोनेशिया से हो, चाहे वो पेरिस से हो. आके इधर मुंह से उल्टी करोगे, मुंह से हगोगे तो मैं दूंगी, सीधा बात. इट्स नॉट बिकॉज कि आप पाकिस्तान से या कुछ हो, डजेंट मैटर. टिट फॉर टैट होता है इधर में, इरेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द जेंडर, नेशन और वॉट एवर रिलीजन, डजेंट मैटर. हाँ, अभी फिलहाल चुल मतलब पाकिस्तानी लोगों का ज़्यादा चुल है, आई नो, क्योंकि मुश्किल से एक चीज में तो मुश्किल से वो लोग आगे बढ़ पा रहे हैं.
The drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really.
इधर अपन without international lobby खेले, qualify कर रहे हैं. That's the difference logic, but
to kind of figure out where else they want to go.
मैं आ गया आपके लाइव में.
I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
सुनाओ तो.
It just hurts your potential performances onto Miramar. So yeah, I do think that GodLike talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with them. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it.
नहीं हुआ है, 20-30 को भी नहीं हुआ है, 2-5 को भी हो सकता है, बट जो भी इशू है वो सॉर्ट कर रहे हैं. हाँ. 5th प्लेयर दे दो ना सबका. 2500 S पावर होंगे भी, फिर भी क्या? एक सेकंड, क्या 2500 एस पावर होंगे भी, फिर भी फलक का मुकाबला कोई नहीं कर सकता। अरे कोई मुकाबला इधर आपके टीम के साथ मुकाबला नहीं, पूरा पूरा कंट्री, पूरा ग्लोब का हर एक कंट्री से एक एक टीम आया है भाई। दुनिया आपके इर्द गिर्द नहीं घूमता है, अगर आपको लगता है तो, समझ रहे हो ना, वो आपके इर्द गिर्द नहीं घूमता है। यहाँ में कंपटीशन तो, हाँ आपके टीममेट का तो कंपटीशन तो कोई है ही नहीं, बिकॉज निकल ही जा रहे पहले से, आने से पहले ही निकल जा रहे हैं। बहुत भाग सकते हैं वो लोग, वो लॉबी में रहना पसंद कर रहे हैं रादर देन फाइटिंग।
I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those
फूड
final zones and
मैनेजमेंट क्या
capitalize
कर
on
रहा
those
था, अब
eliminations.
देखो प्लेयर्स को।
They have it in them.
भाई जितना भी तुम पेरिस वेरिस घूम लो ना, हमेशा इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट में खाना खाना चाहिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वहाँ में कुछ अच्छे इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट्स होते हैं, वैसे इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट्स अब्रॉड में चूज करना जहाँ में इंडियंस तुमको दिख रहे लेजिट रेस्टोरेंट में, समझ रहे हो, मैनेज करते हुए, ना कि इंडियन नाम रेस्टोरेंट इंडियन है और वहाँ में मतलब दिखने में तुमको अंग्रेज लोग दिख रहे हैं, तो वहाँ में सब कंटामिनेटेड फूड ही मिलेगा तुमको। और ऊपर से पेरिस है, दिस इज अ ब्रिटिश कंट्री, दिस इज नॉट इवन अ अमेरिकन, समझ रहे हो ना। तो यहाँ में और भी अजीबो गरीब तरह के खाना मिलेगा, तुमको खाने का मन करेगा, बिकॉज दिखने में बहुत सुंदर होते हैं, खाने में ऐसे होते हैं। उन्होंने शायद कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट ही कर लिया था लास्ट नाइट में, भी कुछ तो कर ही लिया था। बिरयानी खाने से तो फूड पॉइजनिंग नहीं होती है, अनटिल एंड अनलेस तुम कोई फेक इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट से बिरयानी खा रहे हो तो।
Trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool, but I don't really. I play snooker, so this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Matter of fact, I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game.
Yeah, I'm gonna break the rules.
Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna break the rules in terms of what.
He is looking to take the shot. Will he hit the stripe? Little bounce shot. There we go.
मैसेजेस डिलीट मत करो, मैसेजेस डिलीट मत करो, जो भी है मैसेजेस डिलीट मत करो। मैंने एक बार बोल दिया है यार, मत करो डिलीट। इनको गाली खाने दो, जो आके यहाँ में गाली बक रहा है इनको गाली वो खाएगा यार, अनटिल एंड अनलेस कोई मुझे गाली दे रहा है, यू नो। बाकी एक दूसरे के टीम को गाली दे रहा है, हमको क्या यार, वी लव कंट्रोवर्सीज। और टीम इंडिया को तो कोई गाली दे ही नहीं सकता, बिकॉज इंडिया इज नॉट फॉर बिगिनर्स, यू नो। यहाँ में काउंटर आंसर्स भर भर के होते हैं, तो प्लीज डिलीट तो मत ही करो। सीनू मैंने बोला है पहले से, मत करो डिलीट। आप डर्टीएस्ट कंट्री में पहले पे, हाँ भाई एटलीस्ट मेरे कंट्री पे स्पेलिंग अच्छे से हम लिखते हैं, स्पेलिंग सही से सिखाई जाती है। ये क्या है डर्टीएस्ट, कुछ तो लिखा है आपने, पता ही नहीं यार। सो प्रिटी। हेलो चौधरी यशु
Some of
जी।
the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine. Manicurists on stage, and dude, that lady's insane. Like I've seen some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like booked out for 2 weeks, which is wild. But I might even get a haircut in a second. I love it. I love it here.
गॉडलाइक से तो ओजी अच्छी है, बिग रिस्पेक्ट ओजी, बड़े आए गन पावर दिखाने।
I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for mine. Yeah. But overall, genuinely, PUBG Mobile is I think PUBG Mobile.
भाई यहाँ तो पेरिस क्या भाई, ये तो पेरिस है। अभी यहाँ तो सब मिल जाता है खाना का। लास्ट टाइम पीएमजीसी के टाइम तो थाईलैंड गए थे, वहाँ तो खाने लायक नहीं मिलता। ओजी टीआर तो कोल्ड स्टोर करके लेकर गए थे खाना, लेकिन यहाँ में वो चढ़ गए ना, पेरिस है, वहाँ में थाईलैंड। देखो थाईलैंड इज समथिंग एल्स, बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू पेरिस ना, पेरिस इज अ वंस इन अ लाइफ टाइम। हमेशा तुम नहीं जा सकते हो, इवन खुद के पैसों से भी तुम नहीं जा सकते हो पेरिस, समझ रहे हो। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल उसका फ्लाइट फेयर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, एंड जो भी फ्लाइट फेयर्स भी है, तुम मिनिमम से मिनिमम भी सारे पॉर्श फ्लाइट्स ही जाते हैं, समझ रहे हो। एंड वहाँ में रहने का भी बहुत ज़्यादा वांदे है, बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा, समझ रहे हो ना। एक कंट्री का जीडीपी चले जाएगा, इफ़ यू नो व्हाट आई मीन। तो वही बात है समझ रहे हो। इसीलिए अरे भाई गेम में बात कर लो, गेम से कहाँ कहाँ में चले जा रहे हो, तो वही बात है। शादाब खान जी आप समझाइए अपने भाइयों को। यहाँ में मैं वही बोल रही थी इनको कि पाकिस्तान से बहुत सारे मेरे सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं जो आर सपोर्टर्स एंड आर वेरी, जैसे आप हो शादाब जी, वैसे ही मैं बोल रही थी इनको, लेकिन इनको आके मुझे भी गाली देना है, इनको इंडिया के टीममेट्स को भी गाली देना है। अगर ऐसा गाली दूंगी, ऐसा गाली ये लोग देंगे तो काउंटर आंसर तो मैं दूंगी यार। आपके यहाँ जब कोई टूर पे आता है तो कहता है इससे डर्टी कंट्री नहीं देखा, कभी देखा है इस्लामाबाद है। ये कहाँ से मिल रही है आपको, ये कहाँ से मिल रहा है? यहाँ में तो इंस्टाग्राम में भी तो मतलब पाकिस्तान के कंटेंट्स यहाँ ना आते हैं, ना कि इंडिया के कंटेंट्स पाकिस्तान के इंस्टाग्राम में जा रहे हैं। तो आपको मिल कहाँ से रहा है? कौन सा पाकिस्तानी इंडिया से आके जा रहा है? कौन है? कौन क्या है? हो क्या रहा है? कुछ भी बोल रहे हो भाई। अनिल अली हमें तो जीते भी बोल भी दिया, गन पावर दिखा भी दी भाई। तुम्हारा तो ना जीत पा रहे हैं ना गन पावर दिखा पा रहे हैं, फिर भी बज रहे हैं यहाँ। इससे अच्छा अपने प्लेयर्स पे ध्यान दो। वही ना। ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट, MR7 got food poisoning in Paris and cannot play. Mitrelius will step into the lineup for EDA Esports. Okay. सिर्फ उनको ही हुआ है क्या? किसी और को भी हुआ है क्या? टैग टिल्लू जी। नहीं, अमेरिकन जब आते लिंक शेयर करूं? अमेरिकन जब आते ना तो अमेरिका के हिसाब से तो ऑफ कोर्स आवर कंट्री इज अंडर डेवलपमेंट, अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन की साफ और होना चाहिए। अमेरिका या अदर अब्रॉड देशों के हिसाब से आपको ऐसा क्यों लग गया कि पाकिस्तान से भी ज़्यादा गंदा है इंडिया? आप अमेरिका से हो तो अलग बात है, समझ में आता है। आप अपने लिए काम करो ना। हमारे तो टॉप 8 पे बैठे हैं और अपने वाले आपके वाले टॉप 14 पे। अच्छा, आपके वाला टॉप 8 पे बैठा हुआ है, हमको अभी पता चला, बिकॉज हम तो अपने वाले पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं यार। अरे यार आप दोनों पे ध्यान दे रहे हो यार। मुझे पता है आप सीक्रेटली इंडिया को बहुत चाहते हो और आप चाहते हो कि आप इंडिया आओ, है ना? मुझे पता है, मुझे पता है, झूठ मत बोलो। कोई बात नहीं, होता है। ये तो स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में था ना, ये इसमें अलग अलग कंट्री कहाँ से? वही तो इनको तो फ्लाइट के पैसे नहीं लगे होंगे फॉरेन में। अरे मैडम जी सही रीड करो, मैं हेट नहीं दे रहा इंडियन टीम्स को, बस ये बोल रहा कि गॉडलाइक ने रील्स में ये बोला था कि इंडिया से आए मार के चले गए, ये बड़े बोल रहे हैं। हाँ तो सिर्फ आपको थोड़ी बोल रहे भाई, हर बात इंडिया मेरे को एक बात समझ में नहीं आती है, इंडियंस कुछ भी बोले पाकिस्तान अपने ऊपर क्यों ले लेता है? इतना लो ऑन कॉन्फिडेंस क्यों हो आप लोग? अभी अगर मैं बोलूंगी इंडिया, अभी मैं अगर यहाँ बोलूंगी आज तो इंडिया सबकी मार ही लेगा, सबसे पहले आपको चुभेगा ये बात, मुझे पता है। जबकि मैंने आपको बोला ही नहीं, मैं कंसीडर ही नहीं कर रही हूँ आपको एज अ फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी। यहाँ में इंडिया वर्सेस ऑल हो रहा है, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान नहीं हो रहा है। वी हैव क्रिकेट फॉर दैट थिंग। जब 1-on-1 होता है, यहाँ में 1-on-1 हो ही नहीं रहा है। यहाँ में 100 कंट्रीज आ रहे हैं भाई, हर बात पे खुद पे लेना है। उड़ता तीर भाई, उड़ता तीर नहीं, आप तीर के साथ उड़ के जाके लेते हो उस तीर को। पाकिस्तान सबकी मार देगा, हाँ तो ठीक है, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। अगर आप मारने में इतना एक्सपर्ट हो तो मारो भाई, इंस्टेड ऑफ गोइंग टू द लॉबी तो मारो भाई। हम कहाँ बोल रहे कि ना मारो? हम किसी के चड्डी में हाथ दे के रख दिए क्या कि तुम नहीं मार सकते हो अभी बोल के? मारो भाई। बस फर्क इतना है कि हम इंडियंस अगर अभी गॉडलाइक वगैरह, अभी चिकन वगैरह होगा ना, तो हम जाके किसी पाकिस्तानी को ऐसे नहीं बोलेंगे ए इंडिया ने जीत गया। इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है हमारे लिए। पाकिस्तान के सामने जाके बोलेंगे हम जीत गए, देखो 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 मैंने नया कपड़ा लिया है, देखो देखो। हम नहीं करते हैं ये, हम कंसिडरेशन में भी नहीं लेते हैं। एंड नॉट ओनली पाकिस्तान, कोई और कंट्री हमको लेना देना ही नहीं है। हमको इंडिया से ही लेना देना है। इंडिया जीत रहा है, हम रो रहे हैं खुशी के आंसू। इंडिया हार गया, कोई बात नहीं, एंटी। किसी और को जाके हम हेट नहीं दे रहे। दैट इज द थिंग। और आपको अभी गाली वगैरह अगर पड़ भी रहा है ना, तो इसी की वजह से ही पड़ रहा है, बिकॉज आप यहाँ आके बोल रहे हो जहां में सारे इंडियंस हैं। हम अगर आपके वहां में जाके बोलते तो समझ रहे हो ना, वैसा ही होता। तो आप इसको माइंड मत करो कि यहाँ में सब मुझे गाली दे रहे हैं वगैरह। इट इज़ माई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, क्योंकि ये मेरे चैट है, मेरी व्यूज़ है, तो कमी है लेकिन मेरे हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं उनकी तरफ से बोल रही हूँ कि ये लोग आपको क्यों हेट दे रहे हैं। वो लोग आपके पास नहीं गए थे, आप इधर आए थे अपना मरवाने के लिए। बाकी इसके बाद मुझे पता है आप रबड़ी रोना ही करोगे, लेकिन मेरा तरफ से मैंने बोल दिया, बिकॉज मुझे ये पता है कोई बंदा दिखाए या ना दिखाए, समझ में ज़रूर आता है उस बंदे को। एंड उसके बाद वो जो रिएक्ट करता है वो अपने हिसाब से ही करता है। वो कितना चूतिया लगना चाहता है उस हिसाब से ही रिएक्ट करता है। तो करते रहो। क्या? इंडियन का खुशी का बस एक ही रीज़न है, वो है पाकिस्तान। बस पाकिस्तान पूछो में थोड़ा वीक हो जाए, बस इंडिया को खुश मिलेगा। इंडिया वाले हम खुश, इतना इंडियन को खुश हुआ कि पूछो मत भाई। भाई हम कब खुश हुए आपके वीकनेस से? आप स्ट्रांग कब बने थे? आप मुझे पहले वो बताओ, स्ट्रांग कब था पाकिस्तान? कि जब वीक हो गए तब हम खुश हो गए? पाकिस्तान स्ट्रांग था कब? मैं वही तो बोल रही हूँ। एक BGMI, एक PUBG ही है जहां में पाकिस्तान थोड़ा बहुत स्ट्रेंथ दिखा रहा है। एंड वहां में भी अगर इंडिया आके उसको थोड़ा सा भी मार दे रही है तो पाकिस्तान को, आई अंडरस्टैंड दिस फीलिंग कि बार बार हारने के बाद फाइनली एक चीज में आप जीत रहे हो, वहां में भी आके आपको डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस या डिफेंडिंग पोटेंशियल वाइज डिफेंडिंग टीम आके आपको मार के जा रही है, तो कैसा फील होता है? आई नो इट। बट यार कुछ भी भाई डजंट मेक एनी सेंस ना। इंडिया को खुशी होगी पाकिस्तान वो हो जाएगा, तो पागल हो क्या? आई सपोर्ट पाकिस्तान एज मच एज आई सपोर्ट इंडियंस। वहां भी इंसान है, यहाँ भी इंसान रहते हैं, सरहद तो यहाँ है। आप लोग भी इंसान हो, हम भी इंसान है। खून लाल आपका भी है, खून लाल हमारा भी है। आप लोग भी खुश रहो, जियो, हम भी खुश रहे, जिए। लेकिन आके उंगली करोगे तो वो तो टूटा जाएगा, सीधा बात। बस वही बात है और कुछ नहीं। अबे कुछ
क्या हो गया यार शादाब भाई, पानी नहीं मिल रहा क्या?
वही शादाब भाई, अभी आपको ये पानी वाला बात भी इसीलिए सुनने को मिल रहा है क्योंकि आपको ये डिल्यूजन है, आपको कि आप जब आप स्ट्रांग रहते हो तो इंडिया दुखी रहती है। एंड आप, ये डिल्यूजन है आपका, ठीक है, कि आप स्ट्रांग रहते हो तो इंडिया दुखी रहती है, तो आप जब वीक हो जाते हो इंडियंस खुश हो जाते हैं। एवरीथिंग इज अ डिल्यूजन। नहीं, इंडिया का खुश होना या दुखी होना इज नॉट द डिल्यूजन। द डिल्यूजन इज इंडिया को मैटर ही नहीं करता है। और एक डिल्यूजन में आप जी रहे हो कि स्ट्रांग थे कब आप लोग? आर्मी ने पीला, क्रिकेट ने पीला, अभी PUBG भी हाथ से जा रहा। अरे PUBG अगर जीत भी जाते हैं, ठीक है, अगर PUBG जीत भी जाते हैं, भाई मैं इंडिया से हूँ, मुझे मालूम है। अरे कश्मीर का वो वाला हिस्सा पाकिस्तान में है भाई, आधा हिस्सा ही इंडिया में है। कश्मीर में रह रहे हो इसका मतलब इंडिया में हो? बताओ। कश्मीर दो हिस्सों में बटा हुआ है, आधा पाकिस्तान का, आधा इंडिया का है। आई डोंट माइंड, होना भी चाहिए वैसा, मिल बांट के रहो। लेकिन आप इंडिया से हो तो आप ऐसे घटियाजनक बात कैसे कर सकते हो? इंडियंस को टाइम ही नहीं है भाई, लेना देना ही नहीं है इंडिया का। अभी 5 साल और रुक जाओ, 5 साल और रुक जाओ भाई, मैं अकेले ही पाकिस्तान का पूरा GDP जितना ही मैं कमाने लगूंगी। मैं अकेली ही, बताओ। अभी जानी जब अभी मैं और बोलूंगी तो और बुरा लगेगा आपको। ऐसे मैं आप जैसे अपने वतन के लिए लड़ रही हूँ, मैं भी अपने नेशन के लिए ही लड़ रही हूँ, समझ रहे हो ना? और मैं रिप्लाई दे रही हूँ। आके उंगली आपके बंदे ने किया था और जिसने उंगली किया वो चला गया आपको फंसा के, समझ रहे हो? उससे पहले आप सही थे, मेरे से अच्छे से ही बात कर रहे थे, मैं भी अच्छे से बात कर रही थी, लेकिन बंदा फंसा गया। अभी आप फंस गए।
Up getting so many placement points, but they just weren't being aggressive. This time they're like, okay, we hear you. How about we just flip it upside down? And we end up being more aggressive and end up getting only 1 placement point after 4 matches.
This is not the Nongshim Red Force who were crowned your PMMI 2026 champions. I'm just going to be brutally honest right now. They look like a shadow of their past
भाई
selves.
एक बंदे को पानी चाहिए यार, दे दो यार। मिशफाक, I'm so sorry यार, मैं अगर सच्ची में पास होती तो मैं आपको पानी कुछ तो हेल्प कर देती यार। मिशफाक, आप कहाँ रहते हो बताओ? मेरे दोस्त हैं जो कश्मीर के आसपास ही रहते हैं, तो कश्मीर के बॉर्डर के पास तक आ जाओ, वो हम बॉटल फिकवा देंगे, आप वो टेंशन मत लो, आई टेक केयर ऑफ इट। बट मैं अभी बहुत दूर रहती हूँ। आप बोले कितना बॉटल पानी चाहिए आपको, मैं दे देती हूँ आपको। बाय द वे यार, इतनी इमेच्योर बिग क्राउड एज पीपल। भाई मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा, दूसरों के वहां में जाके पूरा लोग देख रहे हैं, मेरे यहाँ में भाई मेरा ना बोल जो एल्गोरिदम अलग हिट हो रहा है, पता है तुमको? मेरा एल्गोरिदम अलग हिट हो रहा है। उस दिन इंस्टाग्राम में भी अलग हिट हुआ था, इधर भी अलग हिट हो रहा है। पानी के साथ साथ आटा भी दे रहा। हाँ, जो भी चाहिए वो लिस्ट में लिख देते तो मैं सेंड कर देती हूँ, कोई सीन नहीं है।
Playing because that team,
I
they knew what they had to do, and rather than fall underneath the pressure of like so many other teams do, quite rightly, this team knew exactly how to play this.
नहीं, मैं सीरियसली चाहती हूँ, पता है चार्विस, कि ये मतलब EWC पाकिस्तान जीते। क्यों पता है? हेल्प हो जाएगा उनका यार, थोड़ा सा जो पैसा मिलेगा ना, उनका कंट्री के लिए हेल्प हो जाएगा। बहुत मुश्किलों से गुजर रहे हैं वो लोग। ऑन अ सीरियस नोट, मैं चाहती हूँ, एंड EWC इज द ओनली वे कि वो EWC इज द ओनली वे जिससे वो अपना इज्जत और थोड़ा फाइनेंशियल स्टेटस भी अपग्रेड कर पाएंगे, थोड़ा सा समझ रहे हो ना? आई रियली वांट पाकिस्तान टू विन दिस। बेस्ट ऑफ लक टू यू गाइस।
Scary as heck.
अबे मैं ट्रोल नहीं कर रही हूँ, मैं सच में दिल से बोल रही हूँ बे।
As heck as well are the reigning champions of PMGO, and it's none other than 4Thrives. 4Thrives, I mean, currently being able to outperform
बलूचिस्तान तो हाथ से गया है इनका। अबे ये बंदा तो
I would love to see 4Thrives player stats.
ये बंदा अभी भी धुरंधर में अटका हुआ है। हाइपर यार, हट बे। हमारा माइनस मत करो यार, हट बे।
And I feel like he's currently being the standout player when we usually end up seeing Falak.
Yeah, I mean, there was even a scenario where they were sort of bunkering in a building and it just looks like their communication is not as tight as we're used to seeing. So yeah, if we bring up like player stats behind it, it looks like they're sort of just feeding and funneling into these I guess, fights one by one, which is obviously catching them out. And generally, they will have sort of like a nice little split hole strategic way of actually pushing a team into the position that they want them to be able to take them out. So I think it was this spot actually here where, you know, they were sort of bursting and it just was a little bit miscalculated. Still a great sort of, I guess, push from them, but it just isn't as fast-paced as 4Thrives when we used to see.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. And also, we kind of saw that.
अरे अब्दुल्ला जी, पानी से मुंह ही धो आती, तैयार पास तो तैयार। भाई एक तो ये लोग क्या बोलते मुझे समझ नहीं आता, बाकी मैं पानी से मुंह कैसे धो सकती हूँ यार? इधर आप लोगों के पानी पीने के 36 काकड़े लगे हैं भाई। आप लोगों को पानी नहीं मिल रहा पीने के लिए, और वो पानी मैं धो लूँ आपके मुंह के सामने? मैं पानी मुंह धोने में यूज कर दूं भाई? मुझे पाप चढ़ेगा, अगर मैं आपके सामने ऐसी ज्यादती करूंगी तो। इतना उर्दू मुझे आती नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ, इंसानियत नामक चीज है।
Out the entirety of Team Flash. I feel like the issue is sometimes they linger too long on their splits, like that a 2-2 split inside Fairy Pit, which I liked it. But then you saw Sleepy from Horror, and Sleepy is a very sleepy, sneaky man. Okay, he spots you with a mini 14 or even like ARs that pretty much are just, you know, long-range AR snipers, and he's just gonna tear you down. He did that on Falak. They were able to get the reset, but it really goes to show that a split like that, if you're holding on for too long, you are going to be showing a bit of a kink in your armor.
He's saying you're ugly. It doesn't matter. It's fine. And I understand. He's seeing everything ugly right now because maybe dinosaur के ज़माने में was the last time when they had water or atta with them. So it's fine.
In the woods yet, right?
No, it's fine.
They're not in the woods. They're okay for now, but yeah, it's just that I know the other teams are going to start really playing a lot harder and a lot faster in the
Snacks
second
confirms
day.
not
And
all
so
players
for
are food
them in
poisoned,
particular,
but
they
5,
really
6
need a
are.
good
Okay.
first day, and so far we just haven't had that from them. I kind of agree with both of you, right? Where you're like, they need to be more aggressive. Max says they don't. I think they need to be more aggressive.
एक सेकेंड ओजी आतंकी ने मूली वाला पराठा और लस्सी पीने के बाद वेन्यू में उस्सियां मारना शुरू कर दी दैट्स व्हाई मैच डिलेड क्या झूठ मत बोलो हटवे क्या हे भगवान मूली वाला पराठा और लस्सी
भाई
हे भगवान मूली वाला पराठा और लस्सी के साथ जो फुस्सियां मारेगा उसका जो स्मेल होगा ना नाक के बाल जल जाएंगे मेरा तो नाक का स्किन ही जल जाएगा
As well, quick, being very speedy with those pushes out for info to make sure that nobody comes in behind them. Stuff like that I want to see from Fourth Eyes. We saw it in the group stage. It worked very well for them. And just now they're starting to be very indecisive. And I kind of feel like they don't know what's going wrong.
It's just their pacing's off.
Their pacing is off. You're indecisive. Trust your gut. Go with it as a group, not one-on-one. Just go with it. Just do it. Just do it.
Just survive once again. But for this team, it's spot on. You were talking about the 2-2 splits. I felt like that 2-2 split took a little bit too long. They should have bring it up together.
बहुत सारे लोग मेरे पाकिस्तान से है यार I love them. I love my supporters from Pakistan as well. तो मत करो यार मैं नहीं चाहती कि तुम लोग ट्रोल हो मत करो यार प्लीज़ यार मत करो मुझे पता है तुम लोग ये e-sports जब तक मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रही हूँ तब तक ही आए हो लेकिन उसके बीच में मैं नहीं चाहती कि मेरे जो सपोर्टर्स है फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान who have been supporting me since 4 to 5 years now वो हर्ट हो जाए मैं नहीं चाहती बिकॉज मुझे पता है तुम लोग भड़वे हो लेकिन उसके बीच में भी तुम भड़वों के बीच में भी कुछ अच्छे लोग होते हैं जो जात पात या नेशन पे वो डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करते हैं
Have the French crowd absolutely cheering out of their minds. Starting off today, Gentlemaids had their game, which was in that lower bracket, and they needed to win in order to be CC eligible, which now they are because they ended up in the top 8.
Okay.
Same thing for KC. They were
शुरू होने वाला है क्या अभी?
second on
बहुत
the
लेट हो
second
गया
game
यार
that we
इनका।
had here in the SCC arena, way back when EWMC has just started. So they need another top 8 finish. If they win this game, they'll make it happen. But same old, same old.
अभी कोई
Barcelona
update
has
नहीं है।
already qualified. Of course. And Twisted Minds playing later today.
All right, so then that means we've got way more competition still coming up around the corner, and it could be massive for our leaderboard at the end of it all. Of course, we'll check back in as we have more information.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers and Blank here.
अरे यार वापस से ये शुरू हो गया सब मैच कैंसिल है FM Are you sure? क्या गाइस सब मैचेस कैंसिल हो गए क्या
We've had 3 games
अरे नहीं,
played,
अभी
all with a
कुछ
very different
official
sort of
नहीं आया।
aura to them, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a good day. I have liked him too. But Scarface, though, he was doing great.
Yeah, Scarface came
Yes,
out swinging.
सब घर
Obviously
गए।
talking to some of the fans as well earlier
ये देखो
today.
जिसका
A lot
जवाब
of love, mate. You can see everyone's very
उधर
excited.
अंधे हो
There is
जाते
actually
हैं
quite
अरे
a
यार
big representation of the old fandom here.
मुझे नहीं
So
बात
that's been
करना
kind
है
of cool,
अभी
getting a
इन सब के
different
बारे में अभी
vibe on
बोलूंगी
it.
एक
I
बोलूंगी
don't know,
चार
it feels
बार
like, you know,
तुम
you've got a lot of
रोस्ट हो
GodLike
जाओगे
fans,
मेरी
very
तरफ से
loud,
छोड़
very energetic for
Oh,
them.
yeah.
But the old fans are there. It
मैं
just feels like
देखती
they've been
हूँ
a bit
किसी
more
का तो post
reserved.
देख
They're kind
लेती
of
हूँ
waiting. They were
उसका
saying,
post
we know
देखो
they're going to do
जो
well.
एकदम
We're just
active हो
waiting
जाए
until they pop off.
We're
Yeah, exactly.
ramping. We're just ramping. We're just ramping it. I do think the loudest fans today, though, of all of them, have been Enigma Galaxy fans.
True.
They have come out in force. I was surprised by that, but it's good to see them here. They're all giving them a lot of love, which they deserve right now. Coops is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Ralph's also playing a damn good game. I mean, on that match we watched, I think it was match 2, where he came out with the M249. Great shots over towards Ida. Ida in the bin, by the way. Absolutely.
I think that one's a cut storyline already. Like, they're just basically throwing themselves at Enigma Galaxy. I think 3 of us at this point from the team here, the talent team, we spoke to Ralph and asked him similar questions.
Yeah.
And when I asked him about it, you could see that look in his eye where he's just like, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's giving us points and we're going to take it. But you're spot on, mate. Nigma as a team, they've looked great. And honestly, you're right. The fans have been bigging them up and saying, look, I'm pretty confident we're going to win this one.
Yeah.
He also said himself, I think we're in a good spot. Comms are good. I reckon we can win this year's PMWC.
Yeah. You think it's a bit amazing as well.
ये लोग 9 बजे तक बात कर करके खींच देंगे क्या?
He's dodged quite a few events so far with the team. And you really do want to see Coops with the squad. And now they're all together. It does feel like they're a well-oiled squad despite that. So you imagine there's been a lot of scrimming going on in the background, making sure he's been part of the team even when he's not been at events to ensure it's happened. But Coops has just had these awesome moments so far, alongside with Lord a lot, which is great to see. But I will say, one of the teams I've been sort of astonished about, let's put it that way, is Flash. Because we had some really nice moments with Flash, but match 3 today, they're able to get the win. Zeus with the unbelievable quick switch over towards Novia. That was fantastic. But again, I wanted to ask you about it because they are the rookie upstarts. When they came through, they qualified to some massive events.
Yes, food poisoning हुआ है around 7-8 players officially, but उनके अलावा backstage में भी कुछ scene हुआ है, matches cancel हो सकते हैं.
But they were down on your luck. And I mean, my question to you really, throughout all your years in esports,
भाई किसी की story वगैरह में देख रहे हो क्या? देखो ना, मैं Instagram पे देखने का try कर रही हूँ.
You know, I think if anything, it's kind of generally a bit easier in most other games. It seems kind of harder in PUBG Mobile. It's very intimate in the way the teams look into each other. They're always researching, always prepping. So even if you are an underdog or a little bit more unknown, someone knows your drop, someone knows your playstyle, they know what weapons you use, they know the way you approach the game. It feels like it's harder to counter. But that was always my theory. Of a team like that, I think if they do start to hit that form, you could go really far, because maybe a few players aren't suspecting the best play from you at times. You can pull it out the bag. Max was saying they'll do well. I think they could have been a little bit better in the early groups. I think now, though, they keep it up with the shots we've seen. Mechanically, they could go really far this finals.
Yeah, they're looking, it's very mirroring the fact of like Tiambo, where you're making these quick snap decisions on the fly. And I think a team like them has certainly come into this with a bit more of a lackadaisical attitude of just, we've just got to get in there, we've got to make it happen. Funnily enough, it was like, I actually was getting my manicure done at the same time.
Show him off, there you go.
Show him off,
there
these are cool. At the same time as Kamikaze was getting his haircut.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
And he came and he was asking me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, well, from what we've seen so far, 4 Thrives looks pretty good. Vitality looks really good as well.
Safe bets, safe bets.
Safe bets, you know. Didn't want to put it all on the table. And he just went, we're going to win. And that was like, right. But his explanation was quite cool, though.
Yeah.
He said that we came in groups, we just did not care. Well, they thought that the pressure would get to a lot of teams, which it has.
Yeah, definitely has. There's been too much respect. I think we said this on the card.
Oh my God, yes.
During groups, teams were scared to kind of make some big plays out of like, oh God, what if we don't make it? We have to go to survival. End of the day, mate, survival's the safety net.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, you kind of weirdly want to be there because then you can reset and come out better when we're in finals. And I think they're a team that proved, you know what, we'll just play our own game, give it. The fans are loving it. They looked kind of sick with how they've been playing today as well. And Kamikaze's like absolutely ridiculous with the plays he makes, but he can back it up. So fair play.
He can, yeah. I mean, then he was just in full Zen mode, getting his quick fade put in, which was cool to see. But again, I think for Kamikaze doing really good on the team. He played a long while back actually on a fair few squads. He'd always been like subbing in and out for S2G. And it's finally they believe in him now to really make those moments happen. And he is, because he was sort of the new kid on the block. Because you had your Solaces, you had your Silas, Sol K, Ketch back in the day, Kelsey Hamty G, and then he would be like filling in here and there. But I think this must be a great moment for him, having such a fantastic time on the main stage. But yeah, I think S2G's doing well. Ulf, on the other hand, there's still a little bit more to go.
अरे तो वो उन्होंने एक प्लेयर के बारे में बोला है ना कि उसको फूड पॉइजनिंग है तो उसको रिप्लेस करके प्लेयर खेल रहा है. उसके बाद का थोड़ी ना कुछ है.
ओके, ये लोग मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है अभी ये लोग 9 बजे तक इसको खींचेंगे और फिर इसको बंद कर देंगे.
हाँ, नहीं हो रहे मैचेस तो मुश्किल ही होंगे.
9 बजे तक खींच के बंद करेंगे इसको. क्या करूँ, बीजे भाई खेल दूँ? बीजे भाई तो वैसे भी मुझे मारिश के साथ खेलना ही पड़ेंगे. मैचेस तो शायद ही हो रहे हैं गाइस, नहीं हो रहे मैचेस तो
भाई
अभी।
यार बहुत कुछ बोलने का मन हो रहा है, बस बोल नहीं पा रहा मैं। छोड़।
मुझे भी, कोई बात नहीं। खेलोगे ना आज? हैं जारविस?
अच्छा है यार, हंसी आ जाएगी लोगों को पर।
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, मुड़ने दो यार। अरे बेचारे, मैं तुमको गुस्सा आता है कि नहीं पता नहीं, मुझे ना वैसा आता है पता है, मतलब हंसी आता है मुझे। फ्रस्ट्रेशन का हंसी नहीं है, लेकिन वैसा लगता है बेचारे यार, कितना ही तोड़े जाएंगे भाई, कितना ही टूटेंगे। कोई बात नहीं।
देख लो ना एक बार।
क्या देख लूं? अच्छा सुपर चैट। मिस्टर टेडी बॉन्ड, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 40 वाले ट्रॉफी लेके भाग गए इसीलिए डिले हो रहा। क्या बात कर रहे हो? कोई बात नहीं, लेके जाने दो यार। अनऑफिशियली कुछ चीजें क्लेम करना उनके खून में है। उनको दूसरों का चीज ज्यादा पसंद है। कितना ही और ग्रीन फिल्टर में जिएंगे। Snacks call power and confirms that players are food poisoned from GodLike also. Okay, Snacks ने अभी स्ट्रीम पर बोला कि प्लेयर्स को एम्बुलेंस में लेकर गए और कुछ प्लेयर्स फूड पॉइजनिंग की वजह से डाउन है। ओके अबे 40 ने GodLike का पॉकेट मार दिया। कुछ भी भाई। चलो मोस्ट हिलेरियस रीजन मुझे चैट में बताओ। मोस्ट हिलेरियस रीजन कि क्यों आज का मैचेस मतलब कैंसिल हो गया। मोस्ट हिलेरियस अपने अपने ब्रेन के हिसाब से, अपने फुल एकदम अपना ब्रेन का 100% यूज करके करो। तो इसमें तो पाकिस्तान आ ही नहीं सकता, लेकिन चलो इंडियंस अपन बताओ। बताओ गाइस। फूड पॉइजनिंग हो से प्लेयर बिलाग। एक बंदा लिखता है बिकॉज मैं देखने लगा। मैं देखने लगा कुछ सीन तो हुआ, लगता है एक साथ इतना नहीं हो सकता फूड पॉइजन। अरे मारपीट हो गया होगा भाई। अपने इंडियंस भाई, मैं होती तो मार वारी देती भाई। कुछ भी पेरिस का खाना इतना खा लिया लूज मोशन हो गया। मैचेस रीहोस्ट नहीं होने वाले एफएम। हाँ पता है। अरे यार मैं पूछ रही हूँ, तुम लोग अपना हिलेरियस रीजन दो, मोस्ट क्रेजी रीजन दो कि ये क्यों डिले हुआ होगा। मैं सच्चाई नहीं पूछ रही हूँ, सब झूठ बोलो, अपना इनोवेशन लाओ। लैंडियंस, हाँ तो पकड़ के झूल जाना भोसड़ी के। क्या कैसे बोलते हैं दूसरे लोगों ने, इंडिया बाप है तो होगा ही ना साले। आज इंडिपेंडेंस डे है पाकिस्तान का, दैट्स व्हाई। अच्छा फाइट हो गई। मान्या के गोटे दबा दिए। ये क्या है यार। 15+ लोग बीमार हो गए हैं, स्नैक्स ने कॉल किया। ओके 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 40 वाले सारे डिवाइस चुरा लिए। अबे यार 40 वालों ने प्लेयर्स का फोन चुरा लिया और आटा खरीदने गए। इसलिए डिले हो रहा है। अरे एस्पर को कॉल करके पूछा है 15-20 बंदों के खाने में कुछ प्रॉब्लम था। 15-20 बंदों का, अच्छा तब ठीक नहीं है। क्या लगता है गाइस, किसने खाना में कुछ मिलाया होगा? किसने खाना में क्या ही मिला दिया होगा, बताओ गाइस। यार पर फलक अच्छा खेल रहा है। अबे 40 में लड़की भी है क्या, मुझे पता नहीं था। हेलो मार्टिस। डर लगा होगा कि कौन जीतेगा ना, सबको डर लगता है।
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो कैंसिल हो गया। 40 वालों ने वो EWC कैंसिल हो गया आज का।
क्यों?
अरे वो 40 वालों ने सबका अपना फोन चुरा के लेके चले गए वो लोग, पता है?
कुछ भी मत बोलो, फिर से नोटिस लाना है क्या तुमको?
अरे यार
हैं?
नहीं नहीं, ये सब बोलने से थोड़ी होता है। क्या समझ में आएगा उनको? हिंदी समझ में
क्यों
आता
नहीं
है क्या?
होगा फिर से?
अरे हट रे। 40 वालों ने जवान को मिला। अबे छोड़ो बे। हो गया आज का स्ट्रीम। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस फॉर ट्यूनिंग इनटू टुडे स्ट्रीम। आई विल सी यू गाइस कल का वॉच पार्टी से हम आएंगे। अभी मैं क्या करूँ, इधर ही गेम खेल दूं या स्ट्रीम ऑफ कर दूं?
एक दो गेम तो बनता है वैसे।
नहीं नहीं, मिक्स हो जाएगा ना, समझ नहीं
अच्छा
रहे हो
हाँ,
यार।
ये तो लगा कर रखा है।
क्यों नहीं
इसको
समझते
off कर
और
लो ना।
मार्टिश तुम यार?
इसको ऑफ कर लो ना, उसके बाद खेलो ना।
इसको ऑफ करके ही खेलूंगी सोच रही हूँ अभी तो। एस पावर फार्टिंग। हाँ ऑफ करो, दूसरा करो, ऑफ करो, दूसरा करो। मैंने इसको ऑफ करके दूसरा वापस से एक और स्ट्रीम चालू करो। ढट ना ना, इससे एल्गोरिथम खराब होता है यार, समझ रहे हो ना? ट्विच पे नहीं करूंगी, नहीं नहीं, मैं स्ट्रीम ही नहीं करूंगी, मैं खेलूंगी बस तुम्हारे साथ, कोई बात नहीं। अरे अभी मैंने 4.5 घंटा बैठ गई मार्टिश में, मजाक कर रहे हो? चलो गाइस, आज का स्ट्रीम हम यही खत्म करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इनटू टुडे स्ट्रीम। हम कल आएंगे। बाय बाय, नमस्ते।
कौन था अभी?
नमस्ते, जय श्री राम, राधे राधे, सलाम, बाय बाय। आई लव यू पाकिस्तान, आई लव यू इंडिया। एट द एंड माई हार्ट इज फॉर द एंटायर नेशन, द एंटायर ग्लोब एंड इट्स पीपल। डजेंट मैटर द कंट्री। समझ रहे हो? तुम लोग मुझे जितना गाली देना चाहते हो तुम दे दो, मुझे इफेक्ट ही नहीं करता है, बिकॉज मेरे दिल में बस प्यार है आप लोगों के लिए। एंड जो हेट आप लोगों को मिलता है ना, मुझे दुख होता है। तो आप लोग जब मुझे कुछ बोलते हो ना, मुझे ऐसा लगता है यार इसका दिल हल्का हो रहा होगा। तो समझ रहे हो, हंसी भी आती है मुझे, फनी भी लगते हो, क्यूट भी लगते हो आप। तो आई जस्ट लव इट। तो कल भी आना मत भूलिएगा गाइस। कल भी हम 4 बजे से आ रहे हैं, बिकॉज वॉच पार्टी तो होगा ही। एंड मिलते हैं कल, ठीक है? कुछ इनोवेटिव और कुछ अच्छा वाला सोच के आना, गाली वाली, ठीक है? बाय गाइस, टाटा टाटा।